Hello, hello. So
Live.
me and my friend Lakituba will be starting with this puzzle rush. So this I advanced to 28 by myself, and let's see what we can do to see if we progress. So I have two thoughts here. So maybe F5 to move the king. Oh, we have another people. Oh, one person. So Pepe Lu. Hey Pepe, do you hear us?
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
I don't know if my camera is
Yep,
centered.
we can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's centered because I can see myself right now. So, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, it looks good. Okay.
Okay. So perfect. So this is a puzzle we have right now. So I have thoughts about I have thoughts about F5, but I don't know what you guys think about this position of black to move.
Um, 5 looks good. There's bishop b7 check as a
Nice trade and just F3 maybe.
yeah f3. It looks like nothing, right?
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
seems
but
like it.
then F5 would trap the queen, right?
Oh,
yeah, f5 the queen needs to go to back in that diagonal to e2 or f3, right?
Yeah, but after F3, if you play like bishop e7 first, and
Ah,
white takes,
right. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
then
yeah, F3 F5. Yeah.
Yeah, and if queen f3, there's rook h2.
Yep.
yeah,
Exactly. So bishop B7 maybe first.
Yeah, I like to think of the checks first. That's why I suggested it. It's not because I saw that, that we tried the queen.
yeah, it's very logical.
Definitely. So it'd be F3.
Um, and yeah, because of the mate, he has to go f3 at some point,
Yeah.
with
Then
or
we
without the
go.
trade.
Yep. Then we go F5.
Is there any rook at rook d1? But we just win the rook.
Yeah, but
We trade queens by winning a rook. Yeah.
yeah, so if
Yeah.
you think about F5 rook D1,
Yes.
okay.
But there, I imagine both taking the queen or queen takes d1 should
Uh-huh.
be both.
Yeah, at the very
Probably
least we
take on
can
g4 to keep e6 defended. Ah, no, e6 is defended by the rook as well.
yeah, F5
Right.
is, I'll take the rook and I'll take the queen afterwards, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, maybe bishop B7.
I don't see I don't see anything for white.
Do you like Duba?
Yeah, I agree. Bishop b7 has to be. There's no
Oh well,
pieces.
actually, there's one thing to save the queen. He can try bishop e7, bishop d5, give the
Because
piece. So then
uh-huh.
f5 doesn't trap the queen after f3 because it has queen c4. No, actually, it traps the queen.
Mm-hmm.
We're covering c4 and a4. Yeah, there's not even that.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
So it's too convenient to not work, so maybe bishop B7.
Yep.
Alright. Uh-huh. So we just take.
Oh, and after queen takes, bishop d5 saves the queen. Yeah, but we're a piece up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
just queen takes d5.
and
Well,
just
Oh,
rook H2.
yeah,
yeah.
that's probably a better try for him. No, I don't know. The other one was maybe better.
Yeah.
I think human-wise, I would have gone for the other as him. Bishop d5, queen takes d5, f3. But I guess there
Mm-hmm.
was some queen d2 problems also. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're live on stream now?
Yep, we are.
Okay. Was I late? I thought it was we were starting
No,
at this
no,
time.
it's only
Okay.
4 minutes
Okay.
into the stream, so pretty
Cool.
much not late.
Cool. This rookie one, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
He takes the rook out to f1 and we save.
Yeah, the piece
Rookie
behind
one
the queen to take. Yeah, skewer.
moves to analyze. Maybe I guess bishop c6. We can just take the queen.
Yep.
Yeah, just take the rook afterwards, right?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e4. We just take it.
Yeah, with the
Maybe
rook.
he can try some 95 for bishop e5 to save the queen.
95.
But it's just a piece at least for
Yeah,
us.
Yeah.
be enough to make the maybe just take the other piece do 2 pieces for free.
Well, we need to be, I mean, not extra careful, but he can give the queen for rook and knight and have some pressure on the back rank. We have to play knight f1 after that.
Uh-huh.
But we're preventing bishop a6, which is important.
Yeah. So I think that maybe rook e1 is the best way to go.
Yeah, rook e1, queen takes, knight takes, rook takes, knight f1.
Yep, I agree.
All right, we'll go with the rook e1 move. Uh-huh, yes. Okay, that's all.
Good.
No.
I kind of want to prepare bishop d1, but yes, interesting position. It feels like all of black's pieces are misplaced.
I was thinking bishop to c1 and then just rook e2 to a2 something.
Yeah. So that's a common thing that Lakituba and I said was, if there's a pin, there's a win. So maybe this one.
Right.
If there isn't any other ideas, I can't see any. I think bishop c1 at least wins the a3 bishop.
Wins the piece, right? Yeah, no, I don't see any. I don't even see any threats that black can do. Like everything is defended.
Yep.
Like maybe if black can drink with giving the piece and still have that pass pawn on A, but I don't even see how to make a threat as black.
Yeah. But having a pass pawn will not be worth a bishop.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Also, our bishop would be strong on A3.
Yeah, plus we will have the double rooks on the A file, so we're just gonna pick up the A pawn.
So yeah, and it looks also this is a puzzle, and black just played queen a4, so it looks like we should exploit that thing, because if we don't do it now, I guess the queen can go back to b5 or something.
Yeah.
So I don't think, I don't know, f5 or any ideas like that should be good.
No, I'm really convinced about bishop c1.
Yeah, bishop c1. I don't know what to do as black.
Well, that's their problem.
Well, yeah, but of course it's something we should think too.
Yeah, definitely.
I just don't see it. I don't see how to attack the bishop on g4, which is the only undefended piece. I don't see how to attack g3. c3 is defended. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, bishop c1 looks.
Yeah. So, if let's say hypothetically bishop c1 is wrong, what's else? What to do?
That's the thing. I can't see anything else for white really. I mean, bishop
taking e6, but it's pretty much.
Yeah, it's just a pawn.
Yeah, bishop e6 or f5 maybe, and rook e8 ideas.
Yeah, with the bishop and knight on f8.
But it looks wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or moving the rook from e2 to have bishop d1, but again, that's if we go like, I don't know, rook e5, maybe he just goes queen b5 and no more problems with the bishop or the ping on bishop d1.
Yeah, exactly.
So just kind of stingy sometimes, like, oh, you played a good move, but it's not the best move. You got it wrong.
Right.
So I think the bishop d1 is the best.
Yeah, I think in this case, bishop c1 is a safe move to make.
So
yeah, I agree. I don't see how black saves the piece. And it's an important piece. Like, you know, the knight on f8 is horrible. It has no future.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go bishop g1, right? All right, let's go. Oh, that's the only move.
Okay, that was a one move.
Yeah.
Okay, this one, I think white has a threat.
Yeah, a little sweat threat. Bishop e6.
That looks very natural, bishop e6.
Queen to d3 and...
If we don't go bishop e6, also, what else do we do? I mean, queen e7 or queen f6 are very, very slow.
Then knight b4, I think, because there's a pin on c2 and the bishop is hanging. So
yeah, queen e2 then.
And then you take the bishop.
Oh yeah, bishop takes, yeah, and knight b2, c2 is a fork.
Yeah, and there's also queen b5 against bishop e6, queen b5,
Maybe
A6?
just
a6, I guess.
Yeah.
And if queen b3, there's knight a5. And
Yes.
if queen a4, there's b5 maybe, but maybe he can sack for 2 pieces for a pawn.
Well, I don't know if he wants to do that.
Well, I don't think he wants to, but
No,
I'm
I
trying to
wouldn't.
get as much as I can as white.
Yeah.
Bishop bishop e6, queen b5, a6, queen a4, b5.
maybe knight takes b5 is an issue.
Well, a takes b5 will attack the queen with the rook, so he has to take on b5 with the queen, not with the bishop.
Yeah.
So I think white only gets 2 pawns for the piece, but I don't think white can exploit the pin knight on c6, right? If he has to take with the queen on b5.
Yeah, if he has to take the queen, then there's nothing, no problems. Shouldn't be. So yeah, bishop e6 has to be it.
I agree. We have to be aggressive, so okay.
Oh,
This
okay.
is before.
Yeah, he always goes the simpler.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thank you, chess.com.
Yeah, sometimes they're really, really kind to us. Oh, okay. And also,
Okay.
they just also don't give up. So, c6?
Yeah, looks like the move. Otherwise, we have nothing because
Yeah.
he stepped out of c4. So
All right.
take the piece now, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is.
Wow,
like,
is rook c1 winning?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. If he checks.
Yeah, we have all the diagonal checks covered. So after rook b8, just king h7.
Yeah, there's no secondary checks. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And it doesn't matter if white checks with the queen or the rook.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And there's no difference because queen e4, we have the mate with the rook instead of the queen.
Yeah.
But he can't go queen e4 if he goes rook b8 check first. So
No.
he kind of wants to have both moves in one, but he can't.
So rook c1, isn't that just...
Winning. Yeah, I agree. So let's do it. So rook c1. They go the lovely rook b8.
Yeah.
And then the lovely rook sack.
Yeah, but it's just 2 checks. He got 2 more checks.
Okay,
3 more
so
checks.
lovely queen sack.
Well, that's probably the computer move, yeah.
Yeah, the best move.
Oh, rook f8 here. Come on.
Yeah, rook f8 makes easy.
Yeah.
All right, just take it.
Take it and take
just
it on
mate him.
e5. Yeah.
All right, very good.
94 looks strong.
Yeah.
I do agree.
Okay, knight g4 if it takes on f3.
Queen h2, queen h1, queen takes g2, and then we take the rook.
Yeah, that has to be winning.
Yeah.
So knight g4.
It looks like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't see any other ideas. Also, like,
I mean, taking on g2 doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I can only see knight to g4.
I can only see that, and I don't think e6 check is nothing to be worried. We can at least go king g8.
I agree.
Yep.
So knight g4, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, we take this.
No,
with the...
check.
No.
No. Queen h2, queen h1, queen takes g2, queen takes f3.
Okay, so thank you for the.
Queen h1.
No. So...
Then king e2 only move. Then queen takes g2. F2 is defended by the knight, so there's no rook f2. And there's no king e3 either because of the knight. So he has to go king d3 or king d1, and we take the rook with check.
Yeah.
So we get knight and rook for the bishop.
All right, So I agree. So maybe just queen takes a queen h2.
Yeah,
Queen there. Queen there.
Yeah, and we take the rook.
Yeah. All right. Brilliant.
Interesting.
It's almost made in two, but it's
So queen e3.
Maybe. Maybe not.
But then what? Yeah, maybe not. Then bishop g4. If there was no knight on f3.
Yeah, if only.
Only. I see we have a rook on d7. Okay, so check. But queen e3 is tempting. It's really tempting. Let's calculate.
Whereas
So-
alternative queen g1 is basically stopped by knight f1, right? Or bishop.
But
no.
knight takes d1 is probably more of a problem.
Maybe.
But okay, queen e3, king d1. Is knight h1 too crazy?
Oh,
I want to take the bishop on d3. But
yeah.
knight h1 for knight f2. Look, I don't know. It might be too small, too slow. But
Yeah.
I'm out of ideas after king d1. Knight h1 has to be annoying. There's bishop d. No, bishop d4 doesn't work.
Is there something like this one there, then queen g1?
But the knight is defending g1.
Oh, the knight. Oh, I forget. This is why the reason.
Yeah,
why
if
the
you
knight
want to
F7.
threaten that, after king d1, you can go bishop g4.
I'm sorry,
But-
I did not know the knight. Oh, okay.
And maybe it's nice. I mean, queen e3, king d1.
Yeah.
I think bishop g4 is a candidate move because it threatens queen g1 and it stops bishop d4 by pinning the knight.
Definitely.
But I'm kind of leaning towards knight h1. It's so beautiful that I want to make it work. Queen e3, king d1, knight h1. And knight f2, winning the bishop with check would be, I think it's a big threat that I don't know how to stop yet.
Yeah.
Because also the rook is cutting the b file, so knight takes d3 would be.
Yeah. It's
Would be
like
terrible.
the principle that composers use of studies. There's a reason why the rook is on b7 to call it the b file.
Yeah,
So-
but both moves, bishop g4 and knight h1, both have this kind of slow thing. Like, feels like we should calculate them well because
Yeah.
they're not checks.
Yeah. But they have
Each of
knight
them's
knight h1 is a really direct threat. So this one is one move.
Yeah, and he cannot defend f2, so he has to go for making room for the king or trying to save the bishop on d3. But
Yeah.
but bishop e2, bishop e2.
The check.
No, after king d1, knight h1. So
Uh-huh.
knight h1, bishop e2, maybe. Maybe there's nothing wrong with bishop f1 either, but bishop e2, and if we check on f2, he goes back to e1, defending the bishop.
Yeah. That's true.
So maybe there's nothing there. Maybe there's nothing. But that bishop on d3 is looking, yeah. Okay, shall we explore the bishop g4 idea after queen e3, king d1?
Yeah, maybe.
Queen e3,
Just
king
trying
d1.
to open up the queen h1 threats.
Yeah, queen g1 threat. It's a strong threat because we have f1 defended already with the knight, so any piece that blocks there, we can win it. We're a piece down in the starting position. No, we're an exchange up. Okay, good.
Yep.
So queen g1 is an annoying threat indeed.
Yeah.
It might be very strong, right?
I agree.
With the queen still on e3 and the knight still on g3, there's no bishop e2. There's no way to prepare blocking on e1 either, right? Like maybe he can try to move the knight from d2, like knight b3.
Okay. 53.
I'm trying to meet queen g1 check with bishop e1.
Mm-hmm.
But knight b3, at least we can get two pieces for the rook. With rook takes b3, queen takes d3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right now the strongest idea we have is queen e3 check and bishop g4.
Yeah.
Looks
So
very annoying.
I don't see any of the first moves besides queen e3, right?
Well, we could try to exploit the pawn. I don't know how. It's hard to exploit that pressure of our rook on e8. After queen e3, no, never mind. e4 is perfectly defended, and our f6 pawn is pinned. So
Yeah.
No.
I agree.
and we should probably be aggressive and look for checks and or checkmate threats, because our pieces are not so greatly placed. Like material wise, we might be an exchange up, but white pieces are all together more or less coordinated. The two bishops and our knight on f8 is terrible. Our king has not a good shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should be aggressive thing here, I think.
Mm-hmm. So this all points to queen e3, right?
Yep.
So we'll do queen e3. That's right. So queen d1.
Yeah, now bishop g4 is the difficult move. It's the one that you say, wow, it's a slow move.
Yeah.
how strong it is.
Yep.
But queen g1 is really annoying threat after bishop g4.
Yeah.
Let's say he tries to unpin with king c1. We didn't see that.
Then we can take on f3 because the other knight is pinned then.
And then queen e1, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, queen e1, queen d1.
Will it take back the knight?
No, the knight is pinned after king c1. So he has to stay with the pawn.
Oh, that's true. Forgot that.
So he has to take with the pawn, and
Yeah.
then, well, at least we win a pawn, which is nice in an exchange up position.
Oh, yep.
But I don't know if we have something else there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can, actually our bishop on g4 already, we can double rooks on the b file as well.
Yeah. Definitely.
Rook e8 in that position.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good. We win a pawn. The king still in trouble on c1. The knight pinned.
So.
Some knight to ideas at some point.
So yeah, I don't see anything more direct and productive. Knight one is just like failed. Just king c1. Anything else, I think.
Well, knight h1, I think bishop e2.
Oh yeah, bishop e2, yeah.
The one we saw before, and maybe even bishop f1. But king c1 also, right? But king c1, I want the knight f2 anyway. But and then the bishop cannot go to e2. Yeah, but it can go to f1.
Yeah, f1.
And okay, we may win a pawn on e4, but I don't think it's the end of the world.
Exactly, I agree. So bishop e4, I like it.
Yeah, it's the stronger threat too. Queen g1 is really annoying as a threat.
Mm-hmm. So that's Lucky Tuba.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's all I can find.
Yeah, this one is not 100%.
No.
Not the most obvious one, but I don't see anything else.
Mm-hmm. All right. So if we get this wrong, we'll say, it's knight h1.
That would be... No, I think, yeah.
Well, we'll see. Bishop d4, yep, is right. Yeah.
Okay, but now we still need to continue after king c1.
Yep.
So far we've seen that bishop takes f3, pawn takes f3. Looks nice.
Yeah.
But maybe we have something else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we take on f3, then we have access to e1 and g1 with the queen.
Yeah.
But he always has queen d1.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we exploit that?
Maybe rook takes e4. If bishop takes, then you have knight to e2.
Right.
Is
Yeah,
that an option?
that is annoying.
So right now, rook e4?
I'm thinking if we gain anything by playing.
Okay, he's not forced to take on e4, so that's a lot of things to calculate, but it looks good. Because if bishop e4, knight e2, knight takes c3 is game over.
Yeah.
So rook takes e4 actually might threaten after bishop f3. It might threaten bishop f3, queen g1, and rook e1.
Exactly, yeah. But in that case, maybe after queen g1, there's knight f1.
But we have the knight. But we have the knight. That's a piece for us. We have the knight on g3.
Oh, yeah. So, but it's a way to... Well, they're down material anyway, so they don't want to sack pieces more.
Yeah, but it is right now. Right now, white has 2 pawns for the exchange.
Oh, okay.
So it's more or less equal, and our king exposed, and he's got the bishop pair. So yeah, we definitely need to find the strongest continuation here. And rook takes e4, I like it. Really, it has everything, right? It wins a pawn. He cannot take it, the rook. And we have new threats. We have new threats on the e file.
Yeah.
So yeah.
This is what we call a patented Locky Tuba move for q4. So...
Well, if we recap the whole line and we think about it, it's a really hard puzzle, I would say. With this bishop d4, rook takes e4, it's not so obvious to see in the first place.
Yeah, very hard to see from the start.
Mm-hmm. But what else, if not for e4?
I mean, the only other option is taking on f3 immediately, but is that good enough?
But then we no longer have rook takes e4, and
no.
And yeah, our threats will not be so strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and rook takes e4 is, I think it's the time to do it. It's like right now, after rook takes e4, yeah, he's not forced to take on e4, but we're already threatening bishop f3, queen g1, rook e1 winning on the spot. So he doesn't have time to play rook b1 or something to get away.
No.
So it looks like a very strong threat we're creating.
Yeah, it's a matter of chess principle. So if you're attacking, you don't want to trade it off simply because the defending side will be just relieved like, oh, I'll trade everything. So you don't have anything. So with rook e4, it's like, oh, I'm still attacking, so you have to watch out. So
yeah, and if you're conversely, if you're being checkmated, you want to trade pieces to remove attackers.
Definitely. So maybe rook e4 is the answer for us.
Yeah.
But
for the attacking side, trades are only good as they help the attack. So to remove some defender or something for the attack. In this case, rook takes e4 is really nice for our attack because it opens the e-file.
If you imagine like rook takes e4 and let's say white does something stupid like a4, then you can play queen to e1 immediately. Knight to c1, rook takes e1, queen to e1, rook takes d1.
Oh, right. But then king c2 and it's not over.
Yeah, but we gain like...
We traded queens and we won some material, but it feels stronger, I think, to take on f3 first. And then we win the queen.
It's true. But at least
or we win a piece after knight f1 or bishop f1. We win a piece with a discovered check later. Yeah, but you're right. That's a nice sacrifice, and then you take the queen on d1.
Yep.
Some rook e4.
Yeah, I
right?
like rook takes e4, and rook takes e4. A4, okay, A4 is stupid, but rook b1 doesn't work either, and it's hard I think it's hard to find a move for white after rook takes e4. You know you can take the rook, you know what's coming, and you cannot really move the knight from f3, so bishop f3 is coming.
Mm-hmm.
The knight on d2 is pinned. The bishop on d3 can't move either. Bishop d4, we have rook takes at least.
Yeah. That's helpful.
And that's funny because rook takes e4, bishop d4, rook takes d4, knight takes d4, queen e1.
Yep.
We don't need to take on d4.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I like it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go with that.
Yeah, and I hope it's the solution.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This too could be true, apparently.
Darn it.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
We have, is it 3 strikes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have the first one.
Okay, now I wonder what was the
answer.
right solution.
Yeah, but maybe bishop 6 f3. It's a combination of that. I don't know.
Okay, we can go back later if you want to analyze it.
Definitely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is.
Okay, let's do a comeback now.
Yeah, so trading off everything. We have ace pawn, pass pawn, right?
Yeah, but knight takes, he can take with the pawn, and we still have the pass pawn, but queen's on the board.
Yeah.
Which is always tricky.
Mm-hmm.
And b6 is hanging. So there's check on d8 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice. It would be funny if the solution is queen g5 first pin, then
yeah,
something like that. But threatening queen
check.
d8, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
That would be so weird. But
definitely, I don't like it though.
Maybe knight to d5.
That counts with some threats. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
The check is nothing. Check on queen d3 maybe. Checking h7, queen d3.
Yeah, forcing the trade the queens.
Not forcing, knight e4 check. King must move. Maybe king e1.
Yeah.
No more checks, and our knight is pinned. So.
Definitely helpful.
Yeah, so maybe that's trouble for us.
Mm-hmm.
There's also knight to d4 because the c2 pawns would be.
Yeah, knight e4, knight d3 maybe.
Okay. Knight d4 is interesting. Why?
I'm not sure.
Oh, major threats.
Yeah, but knight to d3, and I don't see.
Well, if they go, for example, they go knight d3. I was thinking that there's something that we can do with the queen. Maybe there's not anything like queen f3, queen 2 threats. But maybe too slow again.
Yeah, maybe queen e5 stops that.
Yeah.
I was thinking, okay, maybe it's crazy, but back to the knight takes knight idea. Knight takes f4, and if he takes with the pawn, because we're not worried of queen takes because we get what it looks like a winning endgame, right?
Yeah.
So if he takes with the pawn, queen e4, trying to go for a queen trade soon.
Yeah.
And there's no king c1.
Yeah, that's true.
But maybe queen takes b6 is queen takes b6, queen b4.
Yeah. Well, we have.
How winning is the end game because the king will have time to stop the pawn.
Yeah. So let's say we go h5, king e2, King 2, they're
Actually,
they have time.
I'm not so sure about our first assessment on that endgame. Knight takes f4, queen takes f4. I mean, trade everything there,
Yeah.
and he has a pawn major, a 3 versus 2 on
Oh yeah, they can
on the
create
queen
their
side,
own pawn. Yeah.
and his king still in the square of our pawn.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that endgame actually.
That's true. Maybe I'm too optimistic. But then what?
Then 94, 95, those ideas.
Yeah. There or there.
Maybe G5 as a first move. Just to try knight to D3 and maybe C4.
If knight d3 c4, yeah. And if knight takes e6, we take on f2 first.
Yep. But maybe it gains nothing, I don't know.
Well, it all depends where the king can go after the check on f2, because otherwise he's going to have queen takes e6 next. Yeah.
Yeah, king d1.
King e1.
Yeah, they can't take a g3 because of queen.
Yeah, and I don't see a way to check and defend the e6 with the queen. So if we have to play f e6 and queen takes e6 check, I don't think we get anything there.
Yeah, that's not good.
I agree.
Okay, 94 looks the most aggressive then from all the options we've seen. And is 93 the only answer? Because we're entering c2. And also 94 has the advantage that it stops queen d8, queen d3, so there's no queen trade on d3 anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
So 94, 93. I think 93 is more or less forced. Because there's this funny line, c3, queen c2 check, and if king e3, knight f5 check. So the king goes to the background and we check. We don't checkmate it, but we actually checkmate it. So c3 is not a move. Yeah, I thought he could go to f1, but he can only go to e1, and then queen c1 is mate. So 94 c3 loses the queen or the checkmate. Actually, we're threatening the checkmate or winning the queen. So I think 93 is more or less forced.
Yeah.
That's good news when you see a forced move.
Yeah.
It's a promising line.
Yeah. And where to go for black at this?
Can we just play queen to f3? Did we discount that already? Or?
Well, we got about queen e5.
Queen e5 or queen e7 or check on queen e7.
Yeah. One of those guys.
I mean, f2 is defended, so as long as white defends e2, I don't know what our threat is. How about queen g5 check?
Actually, knight to d4, knight to d3, queen to e4 maybe. Same idea, there's no queen to e5 because of knight to f3.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Very true indeed.
So knight d3, queen to e4. Same idea, but maybe a better version.
Very strong because there's a checkmate on c2 coming.
No. Yeah.
And he can't really stop it because king c3, knight b5 check. But I guess if he wants to go king c3, he needs to do a check first. Queen d8 or queen b8, king h7, then king c3. Okay, it should be game over there, but I don't know how. Maybe just knight attacking the queen, knight c6, and queen b4 mate ideas.
Yeah.
Okay, if the queen is on b8, there's queen b6. So maybe instead. I mean, king c3 looks wrong, but
this one.
I don't see the immediate mate. Oh, immediately there's queen takes c2.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I was thinking So knight e4, knight e3, queen e4, king c3.
King c3 then. Okay.
Well, then there's the fork on b5. I mean, first
Yeah.
a check. Let's say queen b8. I think it's probably
Queen
better than
b8.
queen d8.
After king c7, then king c3.
Then king c3, yeah.
Okay, but maybe we go knight b5 still. They have to go places
Back
like
to d2.
or king b3.
Well, king
But
b3.
maybe probably not because of c4 forks. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing is like this one, queen e4, queen b8, king there, and king c3. What to do after that? I can only see knight moves.
The knight on d3 is defending important squares. Like there's no queen e1 and there's not gonna be queen b4.
Yeah, definitely.
We can still go queen e2, maybe. Threaten with our threat on c2.
Yeah, that's true.
Why didn't I think of that in the first place? King c3 is a prophylactic move, but it's really working in the same construction. So queen e2 and it's hard to. I mean, king c4, queen takes c2, king d5, and we win the knight at least.
Yeah. So I'd say that king c3 is like a treadmill move. You're moving, but you're not going anywhere. So.
Yeah, we can still go after queen e2, queen c2.
Exactly.
Our knight is so strong there.
Exactly. And blocks c3 potential. So. Yeah, so I like it. I like this one and this one.
Yeah, it's really nice. Queen e4, stopping any defense.
Yeah.
For white's queen on those e2 and c2 squares.
All right. So, what do you think about Lucky Tuba?
It's the best I can see, at least. So.
So it's a yay.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll go knight d4, and out. Check.
Okay,
So,
check first.
that's not acceptable.
Oh.
So, easy.
Wait. Of course, the queen now is not forked with knight f5.
Yeah.
So after queen takes c2, he will try king e3.
Yeah.
The king e1 is made. King e3 and e2 is defended.
Yeah,
okay.
That's true.
So that's queen to c1. Yeah.
Queen c1, king e4. There's f5. There's king d3 too. King d3 and king e4 are the moves. It's knight f5. No. Queen c2, king f5.
But definitely, I'd be surprised if it's not queen c2.
Yeah. But after king e3, I'm not sure. I'm seeing knight f5. There's king f3.
Yeah.
What else? If the pawn was not on b2, queen c3 would be so nice, but we don't have it.
Yeah.
So queen c1, king d3, and what? And g5 is another idea, maybe.
G5.
G5 trying to get knight d3, queen e4.
Trying. The keyword.
Or queen takes c2, king e3, g5. With the king on e3, yes, g5. The knight is stopping queen e2 mate, and
yeah.
And we win the knight, right? There's no checks.
That's definitely.
And
true.
also, we would take the knight with check, which is so. If he attacks f7, it's not important.
Yeah.
So queen takes c2, king e3, g5. we should win the knight and
Hopefully.
still have a very strong attack after that.
Yeah. I hope so.
Okay, so what are we missing? If we're missing something, the queen defends c5 from c2, so
Yeah.
not so good.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
The king has no moves, so there's no way to escape. If he moves the knight, it's checkmate.
Yeah.
There's no queen b3 because our knight is there.
I agree.
He can try a queen trade, but it's probably a losing endgame. But it's probably his best shot, right? Queen takes c2, king e3, g5, queen a6. Oh, right. No, pawn takes, knight is check. I always forget that. Yeah, I wanted to get a queen d3 after that and a piece down, have the a pawn, but
yeah,
it doesn't matter because pawn takes, knight is check. So, so then king takes f4 is forced, and probably there's a checkmate too.
Yeah,
queen f5, queen f3 looks checkmate-ish.
Definitely. So yeah, queen c2.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's that's all.
Maybe there was more than one way to win after king e3.
So that situation happens to Lucky Tuber now all the time. We spent an hour. It's like one move. Oh, done.
Okay, so if we enter g7 here, let's not blunder queen takes h3 mate afterwards.
Yeah.
Take on d7, king h8, and rook to h7. King takes, queen to d7.
Yeah, looks good. And he has no time to do any discovered checks.
No. And he can interpose the rook or the bishop. We don't care him.
It doesn't matter. It's going to be checkmate anyway.
Yeah.
It's all forced. Yeah.
Yeah.
100% agree with the line.
So is it all that too simple?
Well, I mean, it's pretty forced. Like, there's one legal move after rook c7. There's one legal move after rook h7.
Well, after rook c7 there, after
and
the
then,
rook sack, there's king h8, right?
Sorry, what?
So basically, if you do rook g7,
yes, king h8 only move.
Rook h7, they take the rook. Rook.
No, he takes on h7. He takes on h7. The rook. The queen d7 check.
No. So the thing is, like, after this one, you go with queen d7 now, not rook g7.
Yeah, after rook h7, queen d7.
Okay, then this
and
line.
Queen g7 mate is unstoppable.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I don't see anything to block that.
It's it's forced. It's no.
Yeah.
I mean, after queen d7 check, the only legal moves are king h8 hanging the mate immediately, or interposing the bishop on e7, interposing the rook on f7. But
yeah,
we just take
them all.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. So
yeah, very nice.
All right, let's go. Rook g7.
Rook g7 and rook h7.
Rook h7. Queen d7.
Yeah.
Take the bishop. Take the rook.
Computer moves. Bishop e7. Queen.
Yeah.
Oh no, we didn't allow the checkmate. Oh.
Exactly. So I used to place bets to the chat and Twitch.
Rook takes g4.
Yeah,
will
that's
it resign? No. So what's one?
Rook takes g4. Just do it. Don't think.
Oh yeah.
King f2 only move.
Yeah.
King f2 only move, right?
Yeah.
And
do we want queen takes f3 or rook d2?
Rook g2 king e1. I don't see the follow up. So I guess queen takes h2 or queen takes f3.
Queen f3, king e1.
Queen e3, king d1.
Bishop f3, rook takes, and rook to.
And rook g1. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be enough.
Agree. That's mate. And white has a checkmate threat on e7 that we cannot stop. So so we need to go for a forced line all with checks.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's forced, right? Rook takes g4, king f2, queen takes f3, king e1, queen e3 check, king d1, bishop f3, rook takes f3 only move, rook g1, rook takes f1.
Yep.
It's mate.
All right. So rook g4. Queen
Queen takes.
f3.
Yeah.
Queen e3.
Bishop
Bishop
f3.
f3.
Rook
Rook f1.
g1 and take on f1.
Rook
Yeah.
g1. Yeah. Take an f1. Yay! Quick
Yay.
work. Oh boy, this one is like So.
And
can
king
take-
d6. Takes on king d6. No, king d6.
Okay.
Go for the key square on d4.
So there
King
and there.
d6. King d6. We get to d4 in time. Yeah.
Okay. This one. This king d6.
Yes. And king d5.
5.
And then if
d4.
there that and if king d4. Otherwise, if king e3, there was king e5. Okay, opposition.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very easy.
That was very easy, but I guess many players don't study endgames or something.
Yeah,
And,
that's a good guess.
I guess that's the rating of the puzzle. This one is easy too, right? Rook
Yeah,
check
rook,
and rook behind the pawn.
Yeah.
And all pawns are stopped.
Yeah, but let's see at the line further. So
Yeah, because there's always that, but we have king. If check, king takes d7, and hopefully our rook is already in time to stop any promotion after king b7.
Yeah. That.
Rook h6.
There.
If king b6, rook takes h7, and if c7, king takes d7, and if king takes b7, rook h8.
Yeah, rook h8 is basically lights
And
out.
game over. Also, we don't have any other move. I mean, c7 mate is threatened.
Yeah,
So.
definitely. I agree with that.
Okay. Rook h8 only move. I think.
Yeah, I agree. You have to.
Otherwise, he promotes, right?
Yep. King takes.
And then was c7 force? Could he try king b6?
Well, it's
But he had no threat. We
only
had time
delaying,
to go
yeah.
back and check from b1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook g7 maybe.
Yeah.
Because if rook g5, there's rook e3. But rook g7, threatening rook takes g3.
That's a major threat. He can't block
Very
that.
major threat. Yeah, he has a bishop c4 check, but we have king h8.
Yeah.
And then queen takes f6 pings a rook, but then we take with the queen instead of the rook on g3. So I guess rook takes e5 doesn't work either, right?
No, I can take on d3 first, I think.
Yeah, and they had to sack the queen.
Yeah. And if bishop c4, king h8, I mean rook g7, bishop c4, king h8, rook takes e5, again we take on g3.
Yeah.
Yep.
With
And
everything.
he has no mate threats because we always have check.
Yeah. So rook g7.
Yeah, looks very strong. I don't know what can he do. Maybe if he tries to make space for the king to go king f2, I think it's checkmate. There's no way.
Lucky 2 would say, you can offer to draw. So maybe rook g7, right guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question. Do we have a chat like the other day? Because I don't see it.
Oh, there's a chat, but there's nobody talking.
Oh, okay. That's
So
it.
don't worry about it.
Cool.
So yeah. But rook g7 is
Yep.
the right way to go. Okay, what does this one?
Yes.
Just win everything. The
And
house.
we take everything.
Yep. Yeah.
Looks like a free pawn.
Yeah. Smells
But-
like a free pawn.
Is it enough? Do we have a stronger idea trying to
Yeah,
promote
The
one
best
pawn?
move.
We can try rook to b2. If he takes, then c2. He
But
can't
then rook
push.
c1.
Then rook c1.
Yep. So
Then rook c1 and he has a pass pawn.
Yeah. They're gonna structure your rook.
Oh, but we take them all. Yeah, and then it's 3 versus 1. Yeah, that's not me.
Yeah.
So we have to take probably on b4.
Yeah, I don't see anything else. Also, if we take, what will he do? He can't do a3 because b3. So, and if rook b1, maybe rook b2 first, and then we're threatening to take on a2. So
Yeah.
he has to go back to a1.
Exactly.
And then if c2, rook c1, then we can take on a2, and then we win because we have b3. So after a takes b4, it looks like he can't move the rook, he can't move the a pawn, and we have a plan of going rook b2, c2,
That's true.
forcing rook c1, and then rook takes a2, b3.
So
I
maybe
see a winning plan.
yeah.
Yep, let's just play it. I think it's
Right.
But okay, I guess the king will run and make things complicated, because otherwise this wouldn't be a puzzle, right?
Yeah. So it's a famous saying that the first rule is obvious, then the puzzle starts.
Yeah. Still, rook b2, c2 looks like a strong idea. Is his king in time to do something?
actually, yeah. Look, he can just walk up to d2, can't he?
So king e3 is good, and then if c2, king d2.
Then just
But then rook b1.
Yeah, it's
Then rook b1. So rook b2, king e3, c2, rook c1 still forced,
Yeah.
and then rook takes a2,
Yep.
and then we're in time to play b3. If king d2,
Okay,
b3,
yeah.
king c3, king c3,
B2 maybe.
b2, yeah, b2 wins.
Yeah.
King takes e2, we win the rook. If the rook moves, we promote, and if rook takes e2, we promote on b1. So it looks like we're in time.
Okay. So rook b2.
Yeah. What else? I mean,
Yeah.
if we don't threaten anything, he will be in time and have his own passer on h.
Yeah.
Yep, has to be rook to b2.
I do agree. Now c2.
Yep.
And c2, and there will be one.
Yeah. Aha, I'll take the rook.
And I think we can win that.
Definitely.
Knight takes e4, threatens mate on f2. So that's knight g4.
Yes.
But I guess taking the pawn. The knight looks like it coordinates better on e4.
Well socialized.
Because if queen e2, it prevents queen e2 because we trade and go knight g3.
Yeah. That's the point.
But if knight g4, maybe queen e2 defense.
Yeah. That's true.
Because knight g4, queen e2, bishop f2, king d1. And still knight e3 check wins the queen there. Oh no, the knight on d5. I missed the knight on d5. Never mind.
Yeah.
So okay, so knight takes e4 looks promising.
Yeah. So what do you think about that, Lucky Tuba? Turn to mate 1?
I agree.
I guess he has to go rook f1 or rook h2. Or knight e3.
Yeah.
Many options to consider. We have also queen takes e4 check.
Oh yeah, the queen takes, but then
queen
queen
e2.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a fork.
No, we can sack the bishop there, like bishop f2 check, because he can only take with the king, and then knight g4 check, but it's nothing. King back to it. It's funny, but it's nothing. Okay, so knight takes e4. Let's start. With the worst move that white could do. What would that be?
Is it trying to find the worst for white?
Well, no, I mean between knight e3, rook f1, rook h2, the ones who stop there.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find which one is easy to find a follow-up for us, but the three of them look.
Yeah. It's white to move and lose.
I was trying to remove branches in the calculation process.
Yeah.
But the three of them are not obvious, I think.
Yeah.
So there's probably some ideas that we're still missing. Once we find.
So maybe rook h2 is maybe the worst because knight g3 looks like it's winning.
Threatens queen f1.
Queen f1, yeah. There's no rook e2, no rook f2.
No back, and there's no rook back to h1 either.
Exactly.
There's knight e3, bishop takes e3, and game over.
Yeah, still the checkmate in there.
Yes.
So maybe rook h2 the worst.
Well, he can give up the exchange with rook e2 after rook h2, knight g3, rook e2.
Well, to give an exchange, that'll be good for us, right?
I guess. We're also we're a piece down for a couple of for a pawn in the starting position.
Oh, that's true, but we have
So maybe
attack.
taking the exchange is not as great
That's true.
material wise.
Mm-hmm. But in the minds that we have more development.
Oh, but sorry, in that line after rook e2, there's queen takes f3.
Yep.
So yeah, that's better than taking the exchange.
Yeah.
That's a full piece and a mate threat also on f1.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight takes e4, rook h2 looks like knight g3 wins. So let's see rook f1 or knight e3.
Rook f1, can't you play knight to g3 anyway? Shame.
Good call, yeah. Maybe there, and also in the other line with rook h2, he can try rook f2, giving up the exchange, but just the exchange. But if we take it, then there's knight e4 check. Bishop f2, king f2, knight e4, knight back to e4 check.
If he plays rook to f2, then he can take on e4. Play queen to e4 check.
Right.
So he has to give something. He has to play rook to
Yeah.
e2.
Yeah, exactly. And we transpose to the other position, rook e2, queen takes f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, and works in both lines, in rook h2 and rook f1. That's good.
That's good.
Okay, so the other one is knight takes e4, knight e3.
Knight e4, knight e3.
And then because the bishop is blocked, I guess knight g3 doesn't win on the spot. But knight g3 will force rook j1.
Yeah.
No, the knight is defending f1. So maybe still rook h2.
Yeah.
Knight 3 is nice defensively because it blocks the bishop. It also defends c4, which maybe we could gain some pawns in some lines. Knight 3. Maybe some rook to d8 threatens bishop takes e3.
Oh yeah.
Because he can still play queen e2 because queen takes on knight g3.
Yeah.
So he cannot really escape from that ping easily with the queen.
Yikes. So just try to simplify without thinking about it for an hour. Maybe knight e4 and hope that we don't see knight e3.
No, the line I'm calculating now, it's too messy in my mind. Knight takes e4, knight e3, rook a d8, knight takes e5.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on there. Knight takes e4, knight e3. We can take bishop takes c3, queen takes d1, and knight f2.
Oh yeah, of course. Same thing.
Knight e4, knight e3, we take the knight, then we take trade queens and knight f2. That's a full rook. Full rook, we were an exchange down, so it's a full piece up in the end,
Okay.
or something, if I counted correctly, which is
Yeah.
very unlikely. I'm not good at counting.
Yeah, but I agree. I think this should work. And if knight to e3 doesn't work, then I think we've covered everything.
I do agree. So we can conclude that knight e4 is the move.
Yeah, I think so.
Looks good to me.
Alrighty.
I don't know if we missed any defense, but we saw wins against the three moves we
Looked at.
looked at. And if there's a fourth one, I guess the puzzle will tell us, because it feels like it should be the move knight takes e4.
Yeah, exactly. So if they go like, oh, I'll play queen e2. We didn't see that, but doesn't matter.
We trade on knight g3.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, we saw that.
Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna do knight e4, right?
Maybe he goes queen a4, which we didn't see,
Yeah.
and then there's no mate.
Oh,
But there's queen takes f3. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
just
bishop
take
f2 and queen takes f3 with check, then we take the rook.
yeah. All the moves that we don't see are bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, knight e4.
Our intuition is not as bad as it
Exactly.
looks.
That helps us all the time. So we calculate for about like 10 minutes, but the computer plays a totally nonsensical move because it's like, oh, this is the best move according to engines, but it's like no human would play that.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe knight takes e4, 97 check, distracting our bishop.
Yeah, definitely. That's true.
And then he has queen e2 in the next move. No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
No.
So sometimes it's really silly that I can predict when the computer plays a stupid move, and it's predictable sometimes. So it's like, okay, I just say out loud to the chat, okay, after this move, they're gonna sack the rook on e4 for no reason. So I play this one, and sure enough, they sack the rook for no reason. So it's predictable at times.
Yeah, I find the trickiest ones, I think, are the ones like this one, although this one is not too complicated, but the ones where you're a piece down, but it looks like you're checkmating or something.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you might miss a move such as 97 check, which in this case I think it's not great. But when your opponent is a piece up and can give the piece back to ruin your attack, sometimes those are easy to miss.
Yeah.
They're like computer moves.
Yeah. So yeah. So basically, the computer's saying, I found your blind spot. You didn't think about this.
Yeah, but in this case, I think taking the piece should be good. But also, we cannot even take it. Like move the king, and
yeah, maybe move the king.
we still have all the threats.
Exactly.
And the piece hanging on e7. So
exactly. So knight e4, right? All right. Oh, okay. He found it. Darn.
So trade everything, win the rook.
Yep. Take there, and there's this one, right?
Yeah, and then we always have the g3 square to escape, I guess.
Yeah, that's good.
Check. Oh, almost. He has no checks.
That's good.
That might be important because after rook a takes a2, check king before, we might have rook c5.
Yep.
So just close the cage because he has no checks.
Yeah, but then it's queen. No, he can't take on a7. He cannot take on a7.
Yeah, queen takes g7, knight e6, knight takes rook, but we still have a rook.
Yep.
So
I think it's forced. Just
maybe he can try knight c6 after rook c5, knight c6, trying to meet a5 check with knight takes a5.
we can just take with a rook on a6, c6. Sorry. Can't we?
Yeah, that is true. And then he needs to find a perpetual, like rook takes c6, queen e8. But rook c5 defends h5. Yeah. No perpetual.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's true. So I like this line. Just take on a2 and rook to c6.
with the a rook.
Oh, the A-rook, yeah.
Yeah, so we have rook c5 next.
All right, rook c5.
Because if we go a5 check first, king b5, king a6, and we have nothing.
Yeah, he runs.
We need to close that first.
Yeah. That's really strong.
Yeah, I don't see a defense, honestly. A5 is unstoppable.
Yeah.
He has no checks.
No, I mean, he's only tries rook to c, knight to c6. We can just take.
Yeah, knight c6, rook takes c6.
Yeah,
And he has one move to try something, but I
yeah,
don't
he
know
can try
what.
like queen to d7, try to get a perpetual, but we can just play rook to c5 back, protect the f5 square.
Yeah, and one thing he can't do, I think, but he can try is king b5 after rook takes c6, king b5, but then rook c5 check.
Yeah.
We should be winning that game.
So we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
All right. So now rook c5.
If this is not the solution, I quit chess.
Oh, don't do it. So yeah, this is rook c5.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna do rook c5. Yep. Okay. He does
Okay.
the
A
computer
knight 6
move.
check next. It's probably the computer line. Knight 6,
Yeah.
knight takes rook, but
Yeah. Yeah. This is a famous Lucky Tuba, just like stupid computer. That happens all the time.
Can we play rook to g2 and rook to g1?
no, because it's just a trade. Oh no, it's not a trade. Yeah, it's a trade. It's just a trade, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like we're winning that end game. But yeah, it's tempting to find some way to unping ourselves. maybe just king d8. But okay, rook g2 is tempting.
Yeah.
But what's the follow-up?
Queen to d5. Maybe.
Oh, right. After rook g2, king h1, queen d5. Or first.
Or first, yeah.
Or first there.
Okay, if we go first, then I can play f3 at least. So maybe rook to g2, king to h1, queen to d5.
Oh, I got it. Rook g2, rook g1, and then queen d5.
Rook sack.
We win the queen.
Oh, see, that's true.
Rook g2, rook g1, and then if rook takes
Yeah.
queen d5, and we win the queen.
Yep.
For a rook,
Ah.
which should be good enough.
Yep.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Lucky Tuba had both ideas. I just combined them.
oh.
That's sometimes the case. You can see all the options, but you just don't have the correct move order.
All right, let's go for it.
Yay. And the rook still pinned on g2, so rook g8 is coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Queen takes c5 is just a trade.
Yep. I mean, rook to d3 is pinning something.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong. Probably rook d8, but then we have rook takes d5 and bishop c4.
Yep.
And it's important that bishop takes queen is a threat to take it with check as well. Like
Yeah. So it's very crucial to not fall for this. Well,
hard
this
to get a
G2.
counterplay for black.
Yeah. So just this one. This one.
That one allows bishop g2. Rook d1 allows bishop g2, and then the rook is hanging on d1.
Ah, that's true.
D3 is also
D3.
bishop.
Ah, rook d3, the other one.
Bishop
Yeah,
is protecting d3.
Ah, yeah. The
and
other
then
one.
if bishop g2, we just take the bishop with the king, I guess. Rook d3, bishop g2, king takes g2, and there's no way for him to check and fork our bishop, so we're a piece up.
Yeah.
We can even take with a queen on d2.
Yeah.
Oh, because the rook is hanging on e8, right.
Yep.
Also, our rook is defended by the bishop. What am I thinking?
It's very nice.
Yeah, rook d3. And is rook d8 the only move?
Yeah, but then we just take and bishop
Yeah, I
c4.
know, but I'm trying to find something for black. Maybe rook h6. Rook d3, rook h6.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We can't play g3, so
H3.
We
I
can play
guess
h3, yeah.
Well,
guess
then
H
maybe There's rook H3. No.
h3, rook h3, rook h3.
Mm-hmm.
Rook is defending h3,
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
and then he has nothing against our queen. Bishop g2, queen takes g2.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess h3, yeah.
Yeah.
So rook d3. If rook d8, rook takes d5. And
Yeah, that's true. This one, the bishop c4 or rook d5. Second, the bishop c4.
Yep, should be winning.
yeah, I don't see anything.
I mean, we don't have a back.
We have a weak back rank, but I don't see how black can try to exploit it.
Yeah.
Not. He has to double up something first, and he can't.
Yeah, no, rook on c1 is not even doing anything, so it's not overloaded by any means. So
Yeah. So if I know Chess.com computers right, I think that I'm gonna be a smell that rook h6 will be next move.
Nah, he's going to play bishop takes d2.
Oh, okay, you bet the bishop h6.
Yeah, because
I think I would bet on rook h6, honestly.
Alright, I do too.
It looks like to me it makes more sense as a puzzle because bishop g2, I think both queen takes g2 and king takes g2 should be winning. So I don't think the puzzle should continue after bishop takes g2.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't just resign after.
But against rook h6, it looks like we only have h3. So it makes more sense as a puzzle to me.
Yeah, but the difference is if he plays rook to h6, then he has to take on h3, and that loses a rook. But bishop takes d2 only loses.
Well, I mean, after rook h6, h3, he can still go for bishop takes g2 or rook d8.
Combine. Okay, yeah, that's true.
And I guess rook d8 would make more sense because bishop g2, queen takes g2 is nothing. So rook h6, h3, rook d3, rook h6, h3, rook d8, rook takes d5.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything. But I would bet on rook h6. That's an answer.
Yep. Let's see what he does.
Alright, so it'll be the rook h6 or the bishop 2.
Or rook d8.
Aha, yes. So I bet rook h6.
Or f4, rar.
Oh, yeah, of course. So I bet it's rook h6.
Now we'll see.
Aha, yes!
Yay!
Put up 5. Pepe Lou. Yeah.
Okay, h3 only move, right?
Yep, I think this is the only move.
Well, there's king g1, but...
Oh, don't do it.
Actually, it's not good, yeah.
Yeah, h3.
Yeah, h3 only move.
Huh, puzzle done.
Cool. Okay, our king is
Check.
in trouble. Good news is we have 2 legal moves.
Yep.
And the bad news is we have 2 legal moves. So
Actually, we have 3 legal moves. You can take the pawn on e4.
Oh, yeah, that was completely not on my agenda.
Radar.
Yeah. I assume that loses to queen f5 or something.
Yeah, it looks super dangerous. But
maybe it's the solution. I don't know. Let's calculate, because if we go to the g file, there's rook g8 check.
yeah, but we have so much material, but it's
Yeah, but look at our material is nice, but where is it?
Yeah.
The knight on b1.
I mean, if you imagine a position where we trade our queens for the rook, and we have to play like knight to c3 just to open up some pieces.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have to give up that knight, because otherwise knight and rook are trapped, and the bishop on c1 is not happy either.
Yeah. So it's not simple at all.
Okay, it will take a lot of time, but yeah, I agree that if we get to trade our queen for his rook, we shouldn't be in bad shape, I guess. Now, there must be something wrong about king g4, I guess, or king g3, but probably king g4 is... It looks more wrong than king g3.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Actually, king g3, queen e5.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
It could be a problem. King h3, rook f3.
But king to g4, then queen to f5 also.
Right. So, that's interesting, especially because this is a puzzle.
Yeah.
King g4, he has queen f5 transposing to the line with king on g3.
Yeah. But worse with queen f4.
Okay. Do we want to calculate king takes e4 at all?
We have to.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, but just my instinct tells me it's just some kind of checkmate.
Well, my instinct tells me that we shouldn't have done what we did in this game to get to this position. Like, this is not right. I understand it's a great calculation exercise. This is a puzzle, whatever, but this is wrong. This is a wrong position.
Actually, there's one crucial point. If you take with a king on e4, then we can possibly take with a king on d3.
On d3, yeah, unless he plays queen f5, but then our king is maybe not in danger. I don't know.
Then maybe king to e3, rook to e8. No, that's
king d4, and
if we somehow can take on e4 and d3 with a king, then our team is very happy.
Yeah, I think if we take on d3, it's over.
Yeah.
So the point is, can he do something after king takes e4? Queen f5 would be forced. That's funny how we're once we conclude that queen takes d3 finishes the game. Now we're seeing forced moves for black. King takes e4 forces queen f5. Well, no, it doesn't, right? He can defend d3, but yeah, queen f5 would be the most dangerous.
Yeah. So I think that king e4 is the move, but
wow.
I'm not sure.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure at all.
But yeah, if anyone is watching this, kids, don't try this at home. I mean, this is the wrong position. Even if this, by any chance, this is winning for white, it's wrong. You shouldn't play like this in your games. Our king deserves to be checkmated here.
Yeah.
But
so that's a little disclaimer. Don't try this at home.
Yeah, but we still need to find the way that it doesn't get checkmated.
Yeah. So looks like a Scholastic tournament game. So black has all the pieces to the king exposed.
Yeah, but I think king to c4, queen to f5. We can try king to e3 or d4, and I think in both cases we'll get checkmated, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, if king d4, I see c5, rook e8 is checkmate, right?
Yeah.
So that leads us to
king to e3.
And king e3, rook e8 first. Rook e8.
Yeah.
And it's checkmate as well.
Yeah, so I don't think we can play king takes e4.
Okay, I agree.
Even if it looks cool.
Well, that's a relief for our intuition.
Okay.
Now let's see what's the difference between king g3 and king g4.
Well, king g3 avoids the queen f5 check at least.
Yeah, so if king g3, queen e5 check, I want to determine whether that's a problem, because I have the feeling it's not a problem, queen e5, because if it was a problem, I think in king g4 he can transpose to the same position. So I guess that's not a problem, but rook f3 check, we have to, after king h3, rook f3 check, we have to sack the queen, right?
Yeah, and I think we should be happy in that case.
Both ideas, queen g3 and queen takes f3, I was thinking. Queen takes f3, pawn takes f3, rook g1.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, no, it's the same. I would probably lean towards queen takes f3, because once we stop any checkmate on g2, like rook g1, both pawns f3 and d3 are weak, and then rook g3, bishop d1, and those pawns disconnected are going to be easier to take.
Yeah, the typical thing of chess.com puzzles like this is that they're not afraid to sack a queen. In this case,
Well,
they
I think,
survive.
yeah, in this case we have to.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay, let's see what's wrong with king g4 then. Because king g3, I guess we're sort of fine, and king g4, what?
Queen
Yeah, but queen
f5.
f5 just transposes. So maybe black has something stronger than queen f5?
Okay.
Or
Well,
does he transpose? Or there's a difference with...
Well, there's no rook to it.
Oh, there's a difference. He has a perpetual, right?
yeah.
Queen f5, king g3, rook g8, rook takes g2, and then queen g4 with a perpetual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But king g3 will not give him the chance for a perpet, right?
No.
Yeah. I do agree. That is not possible for him.
Because if he goes rook g8, he has to do it now, and then the queen is still on c5, and king h2 I will go, yeah. And even if queen e5 check came back, whenever he goes rook g2, king takes g2, he's not in time to play queen g4 or queen f3, so there's no perpet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the key. There's a reason why the pawn on h4 is there to block queen g5 checks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I bet on king g3.
I do agree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but king to g3.
I'm not 100% sure, but
logical.
Good news is we saw the checkmate if king takes e4, so our intuition has been validated there. And I think king g3 is also more intuitive than king g4. So
Yeah, I mean, you have
the
your instinct is to run with a king to h1 or somewhere.
yeah, and the calculation seems to agree with that intuition, so
Yeah.
that's good.
All right, king g3, right?
Dun, dun, dun.
Ah, yes. King
Okay,
h3.
hang on a
Now-
minute.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if there's a difference between h3 and h2.
And h2, yeah, h2 looks more natural. I think if king h3, then he can go queen f5, and then he has the perpetual.
Yeah, so king h2.
So king h2 avoids.
If queen to e5, then just king to h1, right? And
Yes.
Yeah.
And we never give access to that queen to the squares g4 and f3.
Yes.
Otherwise, he has a perpetual.
yeah, so king h2.
Take it.
All right.
Easiest puzzle ever.
Oh boy.
The solution was honestly the most intuitive moves, but it was hard. We were getting checkmated.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Can we play queen takes? No, we're rook down. Okay. I was thinking queen takes e2
Oofda.
and bishop to b5, and king has to go to the black. No, it does.
No, he can go to d1.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't work. My idea was like bishop f4. But, so let's retire that idea.
But I don't see any sacrifice that works, so we should worry about the checkmate on
Actually,
h7, right?
queen takes e2, king takes, bishop takes f3. Then he would have to go to the black squares and bishop f4 check.
No, but he can go king d3 there.
d3.
After bishop f3, king d3.
Ah, yeah. Okay. And we don't have any, don't have rook to d8 checkmate ideas, do we? No.
Yeah, and I don't see rook f3 working either.
No, not.
So I guess we should care about h7, maybe queen f7, because it attacks f3 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe rook to f7.
Queen f7 maybe is stronger with the bishop takes f3 threat.
Might be, yeah.
And he has no bishop c4 trick because we take it with check.
So, for example, well, If they go after queen f7, king g2,
bishop f3,
king g3.
bishop e2, I guess.
Yeah, there's
And
this
this
block.
queen f3 threat is strong.
Oh yeah, there's no rook f1.
Both queen f2 and queen f3 are strong.
Oh yeah, that's true. So
yeah, queen f2 is a main threat. Queen f2, rook f3.
But there's one thing. If you play queen to f7, maybe you can play king to d2.
Yeah, then the bishop takes f3. I thought that was the line we were discussing.
And king takes g3. Do we have any?
Bishop takes e2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay.
too many threats. So I can only see queen f7. But maybe it's just me.
Yeah, and if queen f7, bishop c4, queen takes e4, check, king g2, I guess queen e2 should win, right?
So
I don't even know if it makes sense to analyze that, because we can go back to f7 at least, and we're a piece up, and king takes g3 should lose.
Exactly.
But yeah, queen f7, let's say he goes queen e3. I don't see any other move to defend f3, honestly. Queen e3 we can still take, but maybe it's not the best because we're on exchange down.
So yeah.
So queen f7, queen e3, we still might need to find a precise move, maybe, or maybe it's just a good position after bishop f4, but
yeah, but doesn't sound like it's a done deal. So we want to have a win. No questions about it. But after queen e3 is like, oh, we're better, but so we want to win.
yeah. So the alternative to queen f7 would be rook f7, I guess.
Yeah.
But then I'm not sure about our threats. We're preventing king g2. That's good, of leaving the queen on e6. But we're not threatening.
Much.
I would like to be able to go queen e3, which I can't, or queen b6 to threaten that mate on f2.
Actually, we are threatening bishop takes f3 in that case also. Let's imagine like rook to f7.
Oh yeah, because then we have if king g2, queen e2.
Yeah.
That is true.
Like, let me think about this. Rook f7, rook e. No, there's no rook e1 because bishop.
But, rook e1 loses even to rook takes f3 and queen takes e1.
Exactly. So there's no defense about that. So maybe rook f7 is a better version. That not allowing the queen e3.
Yeah, not allowing queen e3. Queen e3 was easy to miss, indeed.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, no problem. So I think that the rook f7 move is the same idea but better. So there's no queen e3 check defense, but yeah, there's no king g2 as well, and just
yeah, it prevents that.
Yeah, just gets rid of everything.
Yeah, and I don't see a way to defend f3 actually after rook f7.
Yeah.
So that is good.
That's very good.
And so our threat is bishop f3, right? So bishop takes, rook takes. Okay, so I'm going for some crazy defense. Rook f7, rook h2. I mean, white is an exchange up, so
might as well.
You might as well consider moves such as rook h2. Bishop
Yeah.
f3, I guess, was our idea.
Still.
Then bishop takes f3.
Huh? Rook f3.
Rook f3, king g1.
King g1.
I guess queen e3 there, right?
Look,
No, the queen is... yeah, it's protected. And queen b6 is not as strong.
No.
Or is it? Actually... this king h1, yeah.
So maybe in that case, after... Maybe there's a check on f2 with a bishop.
And if rook takes f2, queen takes g4...
Yeah.
But rook g2.
Then rook g2 is a... Yeah, a bummer. Oh boy.
Okay.
It's aggressive, but doesn't work.
I mean, maybe after rook f7, rook h2, we can just take on h2. We win the exchange back. He has to take with the queen.
Yeah.
And then bishop f3. And still having an attack, a pawn up.
Yeah. More material, you have still threats.
Threats? Like, if he trades after rook takes f3, we're entering g4 with the queen as well. And his rook is not defending from a1.
So he'd be losing, right? After g4?
Yeah, after bishop f3. If he has to go bishop f3, I think he loses. And if not, I'm not sure what he does. Maybe rook e1, but it's a double check. Yeah, we're threatening bishop takes e2 double check. And so
definitely.
And we're threatening the bishop, so maybe king e1.
Oh. That'd be scary for him.
King e1, walking into a ping.
Oh.
But it's the only way to get away from the discover check and keep the bishop defended.
Yeah. Ooh.
And maybe there we can simply go queen takes g4 as well, and have these two passers on g and h.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, it really feels terrible for white. And queen takes g4 will threaten queen g1 check as well with the king on e1.
Yeah.
I mean, the queen is on h2, but at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I think rook f7 looks like our best shot. And I think rook h2 looks like the best defensive attempt, but it doesn't look good either.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not 100% sure of this one.
Me neither.
But rook f7, rook h2 looks better for black than queen f7, queen e3.
Definitely.
So,
no doubt about it.
And I think those are the only defenses we found in both lines. Because everything else was just completely winning.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How often do you do puzzles, guys?
I do quite often. So I actually, I told LockTube this. I organized the biggest Puzzle Rush survival mode stream ever that I had, because I had an organization of a bunch of GMs helping me, but interesting enough, we have too many brains and everybody's lazy, and we didn't get far.
Right.
So basically, nobody was thinking 100%. So I was like, oh, if I don't see it, somebody has to see it. But yeah, we can't go back to 68. So we did, yeah, we calculated really fast. But when it comes to critical positions, we don't agree and just do their, like, have mind focused, and we lost pretty much. But the advice, GM told me that next time if we do this, just have 5 people, not 12.
Right.
Yeah.
So the quantity is not always better results. But lesson learned.
I try to do at least a few every single day.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter, if you do 5.
Cool.
Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for all the puzzle solving ones, I like puzzle survival the best. Those are used at the core for calculations, I think.
Right. I think me too, or I mean, at least I prefer it a lot over Puzzle Rush or all those things that
The
rush you.
normal puzzle rush. Yeah.
So,
No.
Yeah.
but I think my favorite is I will do puzzles every day as well. As lucky to some days I don't, but most of the days I do. And yeah, 2 to 5 puzzles if they're hard enough. I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
Survival, you need like time and and will to
Yeah.
continue to.
But
But yeah, I like it too. Yeah.
the thing is, like with puzzle survival, every time, literally every time, I get a new sense of tactics in general. So like, oh, I didn't think about it that way, so I should think about it more. So if I see the sort of patterns in the future, it's like, oh, I'm not gonna miss that again.
Right.
Whereas,
Yes.
yeah. So the more and more you have tough puzzles, the more differential about like difficulties, the
Definitely. Yeah.
themes. Yeah, you can tell what's the easy puzzle, what's the hard puzzle. But yeah,
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why doing puzzles is so good at all levels. It's like
yeah,
the easiest thing to do to get the best outcome in terms of improvement.
Yeah.
And also what you say about the patterns, that's how you get patterns. But for that you need to actively think. So, and for that you don't need to rush them.
definitely no rushing,
So,
unless you
yeah.
want to play good at bullets. But I don't want to. So maybe yeah, going back to puzzle, the Rook F7 is the best
think-
move, I think.
I think to be a great bullet player, you first need to be a good slow player.
Yeah.
First you need to do it well, then you can do it fast. If you just start doing it fast, it's not good.
Yeah. Alright, so Rook F7.
I mean, I think we have had to look at all the forcing lines like Queen takes E2. It's not working, so we have to protect. And
Yeah.
only 2 options: Rook F7 or Queen F7, and Rook F7 is looking.
Yeah.
Well, there's King F7 and Run.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's true.
And there's Rook F3. And yeah, no, Rook F3 is nothing. Because we don't have time. Rook F3, Bishop F3. We don't have time for Bishop takes F3 because we're getting checkmated. So.
Yep.
So yeah, I think we've seen the 2 ideas, and one of them looks better than the other. To me, it's 70%, 30%, or 80-20. Like, feels like Rook F7 is the right one, because Queen F7, Queen E3. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. And just by basic instinct, I mean, Rook to F7, you're keeping more square control.
Power, yeah, gunpowder, right?
Yeah.
The queen on the E file and the rook on the F file.
I do agree.
So it feels right, but I'm not 100%.
So, yeah,
I think
this.
it's the best we can figure out. No.
So another thing that I like about puzzle versus survival, a lot of times you have to rely on instincts. You're not sure, but you have to rely on your gut feeling a lot of times.
Mhm.
So that's invaluable. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, well, in a way, getting all these patterns by doing a lot of tactics, that's what builds intuition. That's what intuition is. Your mind gets used to certain patterns and immediately gives you an answer. That's intuition. And I think it's good when you're learning or practicing to improve. It's good to validate your intuition. Like, I think Rook F7 is more natural, and once we calculate all the lines, the calculation tends to agree. That's good.
Yeah.
And sometimes as the puzzle we failed, we were totally convinced
Yeah.
of something, and then it wasn't. That's a good one to analyze and see where your intuition went wrong there.
Exactly. Yeah. Just change the mindset.
Hmm.
But yeah. So again, Rook F7 is the only move I think is like a clear one. So one thing I just see a lot of times in Puzzle Rush Survival mode, it's like if you think about an hour, it's like one move. It's like I want to play this move, but you play this move and the computer plays this totally stupid move defense. It's like I'll just boom 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 is the puzzle. So that happens too much sometimes. But basically, you can think about it, but if you're really clear about one move, don't overthink it.
Yeah. I mean, as a pure exercise, sometimes it's good if you spend time, but you can be honest with yourself. In a game, you wouldn't spend so much time sometimes, if the move is
Yeah.
like what I like to do in puzzles is to see the whole solution before I play the first move. But
Oh yeah.
sometimes the first move is so obvious that in a game you would play that and then take it from
Exactly.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I honestly had one run that I think about it like maybe I'd say maybe 5 moves or 60 moves deep, and I made a wrong move order. I played it fast, like I forgot to do this move first. Oh, yeah.
A
So
classical, yeah.
yeah, basically classical overthinking. Lose the puzzles.
Yeah, and it's a bit like mouse lips. It's really
Yeah.
unfortunate when it happens. It happened to me sometimes over the board that you calculate for 20 minutes, you have the
Yeah.
solution, and then you do the second move instead of the first one.
Exactly. That's
And you're like,
horrible.
oh, darn it.
Yeah, it's like the overboard mouse slip.
But you had the solution in your mind. You worked it all out, and
Exactly.
then you mix the move order.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate. So even I think this little advice that I've seen many coaches giving to children, that if you
Uh-huh.
have time, spend 1 minute once you decide your move. Spend
Yeah.
1 minute thinking of it before doing it in case it's a mistake. I
Yeah.
think it makes sense even after calculating for 20 minutes. Just slow down. Don't rush it.
Yeah.
don't
Double check.
don't play the second move instead of the first one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's all good, truthful statements. So, all right. So
Okay, shall we try rook f7?
I say yes, Lucky Tuba.
Yep.
All right, we'll go for it. Hopefully, it's not gonna be
Ay, ay,
dun
ay.
dun dun dun.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
No!
why? We'll find out, right? Next episode.
Well, yeah, I guess.
I don't.
Yeah, now I wonder if queen f7, queen e3, we still had
Maybe
something
Queen
there.
F7. Yeah.
Queen f7, queen e3. There was bishop takes f3, but it looked like only winning a pawn and we were an exchange down. Okay, we'll see. We'll see in the
Yeah.
analysis.
Yeah.
Oofta, second strike now.
Yeah. Only one more.
Is e4 winning a piece?
Yeah.
A6. No, that's okay. I mean, he can take on A7, then queen,
Yes.
king to B7. That's fine.
We're a piece down also.
I mean,
But
he can-
also is e4 threatening a mate on g2? I'm not don't mean winning a piece. Is it winning the queen? e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Looks
looks
like it.
very much like it.
I guess 97 check can be
Instruction. Yeah.
the plan
Yeah,
to
but
save.
king to B7. Maybe bishop to D5. No, there's nothing. We can just take on A7. I don't know. E4 feels correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it
thinking
really
that-
feels correct. But there's quite a bunch of things to calculate, like knight takes a7, bishop a6, and also this 97 check, and if king c7, 95 check.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there.
Well,
But in general, it looks like he needs to find a way to not lose on the spot, because we're
Yeah.
threatening the queen, and if the queen moves, we have a checkmate.
Yeah, so my mindset is if they go there, the only check is this one, I go king b8, and we're safe.
You go bishop takes knight in that case, I think.
Bishop take knight?
After knight b5 check.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But maybe after knight takes a7, you also have king b7. You don't need to walk into a knight check if you don't want.
Well, they have to just check.
Yeah,
Or bishop d5 check to try and take on e4.
Either one, yeah.
Bishop a6 is, yeah, then queen to e2 check, maybe.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, 3.
But then we take the knight if bishop a6. Knight,
Yeah.
king takes a7.
But there's also material. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think probably if knight takes a7, king b7, I think probably bishop d5 check, bishop takes e4 is a better attempt for white.
Yeah.
Because then we still have to take the knight, and we don't have time to prepare bishop c6.
That means that king to c7 is maybe.
I'm not sure because I'm seeing so e4, knight takes a7, king b7, bishop d5 check, king takes a7, bishop takes e4, queen, pawn takes e4, queen takes e4. I'm seeing bishop c8, trying bishop b7.
Yeah.
Maybe rook g1. I don't know. Or maybe there are queen g4 ideas already. Yeah, I guess we don't need to.
There's also like
to allow that.
e4, knight takes a7 and just king to b8.
Mm-hmm.
And if knight to c6, then we'll just take it and we protect e4 even more.
Oh, I see an idea for white. A nasty idea. And now I missed it. How was it? Sorry. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, no. Never mind.
King to b8 might be interesting to prevent bishop d5.
Mm-hmm.
So why not a4?
e4.
Oh, right. I remember my nasty idea. Okay, now I see it. I was trying to find it again. E4.
Yeah.
Knight e7 check.
e7.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e7 check, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think king b8 might be good, but the nasty idea comes after king c7, queen f4 check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that we need to avoid that.
Yeah. So king b8.
So king b8, we should be fine, right?
Yeah, if he takes on g8, then we just take back and we have the.
No, we take the queen if he takes on g8.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
First, then we take the knight.
Okay, so that's something to avoid.
Yep.
For sure.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really see anything for. I don't see any other tricks.
No, I think we just should avoid queen f4, that idea, and we should avoid bishop d5 ideas. That's the two things we need to avoid. So if we do that, then we should be winning.
Yeah, and after e4, bishop a6 check first forces us to c7. I don't see a way for white to continue.
No, then he is just lost.
Like queen f4 check, sacrificing the queen there. Queen takes 97. It's too slow. And we can just avoid the problem.
Yep.
And yeah, I think e4 looks really strong, and I don't see any counterplay. Like if he cannot checkmate us or find a saving trick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a way to attack our queen, so our threats of queen and checkmate are too strong.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so e4.
Yeah, probably in this puzzle the first move is the easy. Okay, and this is where we can go wrong because king c7 allows queen f4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the only trick. Now the thing is between king b8 and queen takes knight, but queen takes knight, I guess because we were a piece down, it makes no sense.
No, we gain more material by.
Yeah, we get the piece back, but he saves the queen and then has time to play rook g1 or anything to save the mate or g4.
Yeah.
So king b8, I guess.
That's my vote.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you think, Lucky Tuba? Just king b8?
Yep.
And no good follow-up for white.
queen.
Just losing the queen. And after pawn takes f3, queen takes knight, we had.
Yep.
Okay, h1 or g3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, g3, then h1 looks tempting. Then we win the knight with check.
So another situation we're down material.
Yeah, so we need to be precise because maybe this line is tempting, but maybe he escapes. Queen takes g3, rook h1, and queen takes g4 check. But maybe after king d2, he has ways to block further checks.
Yeah.
Actually, after king to d2. Yeah, he can escape on c3. Okay. I was thinking about like queen to
Bishop
d2.
b4 or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe bishop before c3, then queen to d2. Because if he has to play rook to e2, then we can take his queen with jack.
Not sure I'm following.
Okay, so let's just go
Yeah,
through
queen
them.
g3, rook h1,
Yeah. King to
e2.
e2. We take the knight, king to
Yes.
d2, bishop
Yes.
b4. He has to play c3 or knight to c3.
Yes, let's say c3 to have c2 as well.
Yeah, then
Working.
queen to yeah, maybe bishop to d2, e2. Sorry, I was thinking
queen g2. You were thinking.
Yeah, if rook to d2, e2, then you can take the queen with check. But
Yeah, but that's bishop e2.
bishop e2 maybe.
Okay.
Not sure about that line.
Okay, what about... Never mind. This is a typical puzzle where we need a precise move at some point of the line.
Yeah.
It makes all the difference.
Mm.
Um,
But one
So I
move
think-
is, yeah, queen g3 is maybe just the
oh,
one.
I see it now. Oh, I saw it. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's checkmate. It's forced checkmate in 4.
Okay. So we're to start.
Okay, because I really need to do a a toilet break.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to think about it while I don't come back?
Yeah, we can do
Okay.
that.
I think let me 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's a mate in 4.
All right.
You can solve it. You got this, guys.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
Alrighty. So queen g3. Right. King f1. So main 4. So there is 2 beautiful things. So this maybe not long to go to d2. I don't know.
There's rook to h2, knight takes h2, and queen to d2 checkmate.
Ah, that's true.
That's the thing.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, not allowing to go to g2 is the key.
Yep.
With a rook h2 check.
Yep.
So yeah, very good, Lucky Tuba.
It's so natural to think like queen takes g4 since it's hanging with check and everything. But
Yeah. But the key is not to have the king escape.
yeah. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay. And don't take the knight, just queen f g2 checkmate. So line, guys, is this check, king f1, rook there, check, the king has to go back, rook h2, check, knight takes h2, and now queen g2 is mate. Not take the knight, but queen g2 is mate. Is a really good line. So, yeah, I forgot that queen g2 was the move, and it was the win of the game. So, very nice.
Yep, pretty nice.
So, I talked to Zibit, and he says he'll be with us if we're still serving in an hour, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, okay. He's doing the Icelandic Championship at the moment.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Oh, wow.
So he's quite busy these days, and he's also covering the FIDE. What's it called? The tournament in Russia with Giri and guys.
Ah, I see.
The challenge tournament.
Ah, I see. That makes sense. So my national master friend that usually plays this tournaments, he wants to study for his combinatorics final. So he's pursuing a doctorate in computer science.
Okay.
So he's too busy, and he has to be busy because he's gotta be a doctor. So
Yep.
so that happens. But we still have a good team with Pepelu and you, and yeah,
Yeah, we're still going.
still going strong.
Still thinking about this mistake we made. There must have been some kind of.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Hey, we
Hey.
found it, I think.
You found it?
Yeah, rook to h2, knight takes
Rook h2 in the third move, yeah. And then queen g2. That's beautiful.
Yep.
Nice. And
are we white? Yeah.
Yeah, we're white. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the typical situation where you see a forced line, but then the king is always escaping, so you look for moves to prevent that king to escape.
Yeah.
So natural to take the knight with check. I mean.
The other one.
Yeah.
So what's going on in this one? He has two.
Where there's like 95 or 94 threatening knight f3.
Yeah.
Look tempting.
So we can't play push our pawns because he can just play h4, h3 and rook to h1 and we're done.
Yeah, or the king. He can bring the king.
Either one. So we must.
So the thing with knight d4 is he can pin it, but I guess it's fine because we can take on g2 with check and and then defend the knight.
Yep.
So that's making the.
So what's the difference between knight d4 and knight e5? I guess knight d4 also prevents king f5.
Yeah.
Which might be important or not.
Maybe.
He still has king f4. It's not obvious.
Yeah.
So knight to d4, he has to play king to g5, g4. I mean.
King g4 or king f4.
Yeah.
Preventing knight f3, but he has to prevent knight f3. Or not. I mean, he has to prevent the fork. If he prevents knight f3 to be a check from being a check, maybe knight f3 is not as good because of rook h3. So let's say knight d4, king f6. What do we do if knight f3, rook h3? It's not so simple.
So what line do you say?
If 94, I mean, I think king f6 is stupid, but my point is, even if he goes king f6, is knight f3 as strong as a threat because rook h3?
Rook h3, 91. And rook h1
Right.
maybe.
How about if it
Yeah,
is
rook h1 there, yeah.
you just play b4, he plays king to g4, b5, and just keep pushing.
Okay.
Right.
There.
Keep
Before
pushing,
b5, b6, b7, b8. That's the plan.
and then take on g2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After king
Just,
2, and then just push.
Mhm.
But maybe we're just losing.
That's very optimistic.
Maybe just losing to the h1.
it's a strong plan.
The only it matters, you know. The only question is if you imagine our knight on b1 and the pawn on h5, are we
Yeah.
quick enough to go and
Well,
stop?
I think it might be more annoying against the plan to just push b. It might be more annoying h4, h3, and rook h1 because he gets the h pawn near promoting as well.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true. So that's not the idea.
Yeah, I guess we need to move the knight, or use the knight. I mean,
I do agree.
it's not so simple.
That
Okay,
goes back.
Knight to d4, king to f4, let's say. Knight to e2, king to
e3, and then king f2.
Don't want to give him time.
We're just helping
Yeah.
our king, I think.
Well, the thing is, like, maybe 95 is not correct because this is with tempo.
Yeah, but on the other hand, after king f4, maybe I was thinking if rook e1 was a move.
Rook e1.
Maybe just rook h1.
Yeah, rook h1.
Then we have checks.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure either. Looks bad. Are we playing for the draw or for the win?
I always like to do the win, but sometimes it has to be a draw.
Because if it's a draw, that could be a plan to go
Yeah.
rook e1 there and then knight d3 check, knight back. If king f3, knight back to e5 check, and try to get a draw. Using the fact that there's a trick that if king g4, after rook h1, knight d3 check, king g4, rook takes h1, and a fork on f2.
Yeah. Nasty.
But yeah, we should be playing for the win. We're a piece up.
Definitely.
Okay, if knight e5, knight e5,
Yep.
king f4 is the only move.
Yeah.
So at least knight e5 is a bit more forcing than knight e4.
Yeah.
So it's tempting me a bit more. And then I thought maybe knight g6 check could be an idea, but I guess king f3 is annoying.
Yeah.
So probably not. So if rook e1 is not the move, if our pawn was on b4,
Yeah.
I was calculating knight 5, king f4, knight 93 check.
Yeah.
And well, there's king e3, but I was calculating king f3 and knight 1 check and trade everything on g2. But
Yeah.
still, we promote after he does.
The That'd be not good.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a knight move. I think that the B pawn run is like a cabman move,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion. So it's a knight somewhere, I think. Where to go though? Knight d4 maybe.
Well, the most forcing one is 95, at least for the first move, because it totally forces king f4. It looks like.
Well, does knight d4 do the same thing?
Well, he has king g4 as well in the 94 line.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know.
Yeah.
Knight 5 looks more forcing, but at the same time, it runs into this king f4 tempo, and I don't see a follow up yet.
Oh, yeah. Yikes.
Are there any rook moves we can make, like rook to d1, rook to c1, with some kind of idea of?
Okay, rook h1 is a concern.
Yep, but I'm okay. We can play. There's no way to take and fork. No.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where to go. Ugh. I'm a firm believer of Team 94, but maybe it's not the best. But 95 is, like Pepe Lu says, maybe more forcing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but 95 king f4 is a nasty tempo, and I only see the rookie one idea there.
Yeah.
So knight to d3 and knight to e1 is not working in that. So. No, it just.
Oh. Mhm. Okay, would it be too crazy to go knight e5, king f4, and b4? Just use the knight
As a distraction.
as a distraction.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
My internet connection bugged out.
And so if it takes, then we just keep pushing.
Yes. I mean, the king is in the square, but we always have the collaboration of our own king and the rook if we need. And his king is not getting near rook.
I'm not sure. But I mean, we gain a tempo by doing it this way instead of like pushing b4, b5 immediately. So
we might win a tempo and a half, because I think knight f5 we're forcing king f4, so he cannot go for the plan with h4 h3 yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then after knight f5 king f4 b4, if he does not take the knight, I don't know how's he gonna stop our pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So he's almost forced to go for king takes e5, and it's like a second tempo, I think, or a half, because we played a knight move as well.
Yeah.
But then b5,
Mm-hmm.
after king takes e5, b5, and what can he do? I don't think he has time to play h4 h3.
Maybe king to d6.
Yeah, king d6, maybe b6 to prevent king c7.
Mm-hmm.
But then king c6, king a5, king b7. Yeah, that's a problem. So maybe king d6, we have to go king a5, and if king
Actually, after king to b7, like rook to c1. I'm thinking about if he has some kind of checkmating pattern.
but then he has rook h1, and if rook c7
Yeah, I
check,
know.
king b8.
Yeah, and king to a6. We might be too slow, but
Too slow because he can go king b8, so we're not gonna threaten mate yet. Instead, after rook c7 check, king b8, king a6, he promotes.
yeah. And we don't have time to play rook somewhere. And
So maybe king d6, we have to go king a5, king c7, king a6.
yeah,
And then if he tries king b8, which is his last call to do it, it's now or never. If he goes king b8, we might be able to play rook e1 or b6 first, and then rook e1 with a real checkmate threat.
mm-hmm.
It is a crazy line.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, if nothing else works.
But it's definitely an improvement from playing b5,
Mhm.
b4 immediately. So I think.
All right.
Yeah, I would say in that line after king b8, king a6, king b8, I would just go b6, because black has no way to play rook h1 yet or move the rook at all.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So if h4, we have time for rook e1,
Yeah, exactly.
or even rook c1, threatening b7.
Yeah.
No, wait, rook c1, rook h1 always.
The rook e1
So-
is probably better. Right?
So rook e1, yeah. When we move the rook, it has to be with an immediate threat. So so yeah, rook e1, and it's game over, right?
I mean, I think so.
In that specific position, if we didn't miscalculate all the line up to there.
I mean, it feels forced. You have to take the knight. You can't allow it to stay on e5.
Mhm. Okay, we agree that after knight e5, king f4 is forced, because otherwise we go knight f3 next
Yep.
move.
Yep.
And if knight f3, rook h3, we always have. Again, I'm not sure how strong is knight f3.
I mean, at least you can take the pawn, but is it winning?
Take the pawn and play 2 versus 1, yeah.
Yeah.
But also we have this idea of knight e1, but then there's rook h1. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, it looks like knight e5 has to be answered with king f4. I'm not 100% sure it's completely forced, but
Mm.
No, but I
then
mean,
after
knight to d4. Is there any idea that we're missing after knight to d4?
well, I think the main difference, two differences. For black can play king g4 apart from king f4,
Yep.
And the other difference is as white we can go to e2 with the knight, which I'm
Doesn't
not
help.
sure how good it is.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure either because he can just walk the king to f2.
Yeah, and and I think for our knight, it's f3 square is more tempting than e2 because attacking the rook, winning the g2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I was just thinking out loud. Like knight to d4, king to d4, knight to e2, king to let's say
Mhm.
f3.
Mhm.
Can we push our pawn then? Does it make any difference at all?
Alright, b4, king takes knight, b5, king f2,
And we,
b6. I
yeah,
don't think.
we don't have to give the rook. Maybe we can play rook to
b1.
yeah or something.
Rook h1 then.
And
Yeah.
rook to b2.
Okay, king f3.
And we keep pushing b7. Or do we take the pawn first?
I think you had to take the pawn.
But if we take the pawn, he will have rook b2.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
Mhm.
If you don't take the approach.
Yeah, so it's not working. So knight to e5 is working.
Yeah, somehow I think it feels better to sacrifice the knight on e5
Yeah,
Mm,
because on e2 it gives his king a better attacking chance.
yeah.
On e5 definitely slows down a lot the active play from black.
Mm-hmm.
And the question starts to be if the king can stop our pawn. That's the line we calculated, and I think it can't.
yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean, if black does nothing, if he pushes h1, then it just queen with jack. So
Mhm.
that's the whole point.
So I like the idea of sacrificing it on e5. It looks
Yeah, me too. I can't find any other ideas that work.
Okay, knight e5. The win. We're trying to do, Run.
I wouldn't put all my money
Yeah,
No,
me
to that
too.
move, but that's the best we could came up
Yeah.
with.
So, I don't know if it's like simply b4 or b5. Let's see just one more time before I do knight e5.
Mhm.
b4, let's say
h4. I would go for the h pawn plan
h4. Yeah,
as black.
h4.
b5
There,
h3
h3,
b6 rook
b6,
h1
rook h1. They go b7.
uh, rook takes g1.
Yep, queen.
You got a queen 1st. Mhm.
Yeah, so they queen, but we have check's knight and
And
queen.
then actually that's a very tempting line as well.
Yeah,
Is h2? H2 we can take it. Never mind.
yeah,
Um, I guess rook somewhere rook f1. So everything is protected except the h3 pawn, and next move the king will protect it if necessary.
yeah,
maybe some queen to g3, and we can somehow.
Oh, queen g3 is a threat. Oh
yeah.
my god.
That's really true.
Okay, interesting.
That's actually.
And it's definitely a simpler line than the other one.
This a lot simpler.
But is there a difference between h4 and king to g4? If he just
Yeah, I thought h4 was strong, but maybe it's not as strong. So b4 king f4.
King f4, b5. King, let's say g.
f3
Yeah, 3, b6.
or e3. Never mind. Yeah, the plan is to
Yeah,
go to f2
Mhm.
yeah. b7. They take. We promote with queen.
and then rook h4 check
Rook h4 check. Then we
and
have.
king h1 next.
Yeah, we have options. So let's say we go knight b4 blocks.
King h1. You have to ping the g2 pawn,
Yeah, so maybe think of like queen e7.
but it's already hard to win for white, right?
Well, uh,
I'm gonna go king h2,
king
and
h2.
if you don't have anything else than checking me, after you check
Second
me, I
c7.
go to h1. But maybe you have a staircase
Yeah, maybe a staircase. I
idea.
can only bet.
May have to go king h3 at some point instead of
Yeah,
king h1.
yeah. So that's my long shot guess.
And if that's the case, I would go to king h3 first when your queen is still on b8.
Yeah. King h3 first.
Or c7, and then king
Okay.
h3, and I'll block diagonal check with rook g4.
Yeah.
And if I get a rook g4 in, I don't think I can lose because I'm always threatening to promote.
So you know what?
It's really hard.
So you know what? Let me think about this one really quickly. This one. After the king there, is there a way to sack the rook?
Rook takes g2 or rook b1?
We're missing a key idea because maybe you can play knight to e5 then. If it takes the
No, but then
he can give us the rook.
then knight f3 check king h1 or king f2 actually better attacking the knight. Oh wait, it's actually an interesting idea. Knight f3 check king f2 knight g1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or not move the knight at all. It's a tempo.
Yeah.
This is so hard.
Well, it's progress.
So b4, let's say we just...
I mean, if you think about it, b4 is the most forcing move on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to do something. Either king f4 or h4, because I think rook h4 is just stupid. We just take on g2. So b4, king f4, b5, king e3. E3 or f3. And b6, king f2. That's the critical position of this line.
We can play knight to d4 and knight to e5 just to bother him a bit with knight to f3.
King takes g1, knight f3 check. King f2.
But maybe we're just giving him a
b7. King f2, b7.
king to f3, b8 queen.
Oh yeah. He promotes defending the rook. Sorry. So if any, we have to go knight g1, and after king takes g1, b7.
King f2. And he promotes.
It's the same.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. And rook takes g2 instead of knight 5 or knight e4, or wait until king f2. Yeah, king f2, rook takes g2.
So my line is...
He has rook takes g2 and rook g8. Never mind.
I was thinking about the timely rook sack. For example, if they go there, then rook takes g2.
Yeah, but rook takes g2 he does.
Yeah.
And then he has rook g8.
And now, if they go rook g8, we have maybe this one.
Then we just rook to e8 or something.
Wait.
No, that's knight 7 is nice.
It's blocking g8.
But maybe he moves the king to have rook b2.
King to f3 maybe.
King f3.
So b7 if the rook b2, knight b the knight b okay, the knight is not in b4. It's knight e7. So
yeah, and even if your idea is b8, the h pawn will be dangerous in that endgame. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's true. I tried.
Not even sure if we get a draw there.
Yikes. So why just take a leap of faith to see if b4 works?
I mean, I don't know, but b4 is the most forcing move on the board. That's one thing.
It's clear to me.
Well, knight 5 is also forcing.
Well, it gives a lot of tempos for him. To me.
Well, not if we follow up with b5. I think that's pretty forcing too.
Yep.
Knight 5 forces king f4, and then b5 I think it forces king takes knight. And I still didn't see a way how that doesn't win. So
actually, knight to e5, rook to h4 check. No, that's not.
No, there's no check with the king on f4.
Yeah, we played b4 already, so. Yeah. I'm getting confused. All these lines.
Imagine in a game that I love endgame puzzles, but in a real game, you get to the end game so tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes in time trouble, it's impossible to get one of these right in a game.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I once played a queen and a knight versus a queen. I had the queen in an end game after like 100 moves in a classical game. That was horrible.
Hmm.
I mean, it's the most complex end game you can play at.
Yeah,
Or one of them. I mean, it's just a draw, but
Try to hold.
but you can play forever. Yeah.
yeah.
So what to do, guys? I vote for b4. Pepe say knight e5. So lucky too, but you're a dieburger.
I mean, I like both ideas. I think there must be a combination of both somehow.
There you go.
So that's basically a sign to Pepe. So knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like knight to e5. Let's do it. Let's try.
All right, let's do it.
Aye,
Let's
aye,
do
aye.
it.
Is it gonna be our third strike?
Yep.
Okay.
Third final strike. So let's go out with a bang. So knight e5. So breathe in and out.
Aye, aye, aye.
Yep. 3, 2, 1. Ah.
It was
Painful.
before, I guess.
Yeah, we'll find out.
I
So
think actually both. I mean, like I said, there's probably knight to e5 at some point. Like before and then knight to e5 or
maybe.
something.
So I'll just go grab all the puzzles that we got wrong. and
Yeah.
we'll-
Shall we analyze this last one first because we have it?
Yeah, definitely.
fresh.
So I'm gonna be all right. All right. I'll just do switching the board we're gonna look at. So this one is not gonna be the one that we wanna analyze right now, but instead we're gonna go for this one.
Do you still coach people?
Is the question in the chat? I don't see it.
No, it's on your chess.com page.
Oh, okay. This is my profile.
Yeah.
I do coach still, but with certain people, not with everybody. So okay, I'll just switch the scene to for the screen capture to share another screen, other tab rather. So share, screen share yes, Chrome tab, and this is let's see, just tactile text is turning, blah blah blah, just tactics and okay, let's see. This one, okay. Sorry for the delay.
It's okay.
I want to make sure that I am sharing the right one. So share screen, Chrome tab, and yes, checked this one. Share. So you see the screen?
Uh-huh.
All right. The
Theme
move
past
was
pawns, okay.
yeah. The move was B4.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. There H4, B5.
Oh,
there.
he went for this line. Oh, okay.
Exactly. Sack the rook.
Yeah,
Most simple line we could have calculated.
we saw this. Now, what I'm wondering is what's wrong with our 95
95.
idea.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Also,
show
if
you that.
before he could have tried King F4, we were
Yeah.
having more trouble with King F4 than with H4, H3.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share that screen
Because
as a board.
this line, that's the solution. Unfortunately, that was an easy one to calculate. Once we saw it, we're like, oh yeah, and that's over.
A5 will be met by King of 4.
Yeah, now if B4, King
E4.
G3.
King G3.
Even king takes E5 is not losing.
Yeah, exactly.
So we miscalculated something there.
Yeah, let's say King F5, like your
Like
line says.
we wanted B5.
Yeah.
Actually, King A5 might be a draw according to that. Oh, Rook
Yeah.
H4 check, important move.
Yeah.
And then Rook G4, I assume. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then H4. So
Yeah,
you have to go
that's-
King A5 first, which might transpose to what we calculated. But I mean King A5 first instead of B5.
B4, B5.
After King
Yeah.
takes knight.
Oh yeah, this one King B5, King A5.
Yeah, but definitely not the way we calculated it. And now he's not forced to keep running with the king. So H4, B5.
Then yeah, just King D5.
King D5 apparently better than King D6.
Yeah.
Which is
so,
not sure why.
Well, it's the same thing, I think. Result.
Oh, and if B6, King C6, this definitely doesn't transpose to what we calculated. And if we go King A6, he has Rook H3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mate.
And if A4, I assume Rook A3, and we're
Yep, you got it.
in trouble because A5 just H3, and we're not in time.
You're right.
So Rook H3 is annoying, and then we have, instead of A4, I guess Rook C1 check, but that was not the idea.
No.
Wow.
Yikes.
So he had no reason to go with the king to B8, which is funny. He could defend like this because the rook can activate on H3 and it's really strong. Okay.
Yeah.
It's good to test our intuition and see where it goes wrong.
It's so difficult to calculate.
The rook and pawn games are definitely one of the most difficult.
And the most common.
And the most common, yeah.
Yeah. So share screen. This is other one. Chrome tab. This is the first puzzle we got wrong, and yeah, this one.
I'm still wondering in that line. We didn't see it. Sorry.
Yeah, going back to the.
Sorry to go to the same position. In the solution, which is B4 first.
Yeah.
The puzzle tried H4, H3, which was not working, but we were having trouble understanding why King F4 running with the king to F2.
Yeah. A line.
It looked. Then we looked at this line where we would be promoting as white.
Yeah.
And then pinning the pawn, checking, and I wasn't sure if that was winning or not.
So we can go back to that after this puzzle.
Okay.
So this one is the first one we got wrong, and the answer was
D5, Queen check.
3. Yep. Bishop E4, like we did. Bishop takes. That's the key.
So Rook takes E4 was wrong, and Bishop takes was right.
The better, yeah. And
which
puzzle's done after this one.
But okay, after Bishop takes, he has to take with the pawn.
Yeah.
And then I'm not sure because Queen G1 or Queen E1, he had Queen D1.
Yeah, I'll show you the.
And Rook takes E4 looked so good.
Yeah, I'll show you the mouse board. See what.
Must be a checkmate there somewhere missed.
Yeah, maybe we had some follow up after G takes F3, just doubling rooks on the B file. Wow.
Rook
E8.
And even knight 2 is strong.
No, not
the
one.
B file. Yeah.
EB8.
Oh, the other one.
Well, the threat is one
B.
threat could be Rook B1 to win the. No, we don't win anything. I'm sorry.
The computer is saying like Rook to B3 feels very slow somehow.
Wow. No, that's nice because then Queen E1 check wins the bishop on C3.
Yeah. Very hard to spot.
And after instead of doubling rooks, it said also advantage after knight E2 check, which is not obvious to me. Instead of this last rook EB8 move, it said also like -3 with knight E2 check. Just offering that, or I think I saw that. Maybe we can put it on the board because now it's not one of the.
No, he's saying knight to d7.
Okay, no, it's equality now. Yeah.
This is winning for black.
Yeah, as well.
The knight is coming to c5. Yeah,
Yeah.
looks strong.
Wow.
And to b3 then, d3 and b3 will be threats.
But the question is, what's wrong with rook takes?
Not obvious at all. And what is wrong with rook takes e4? Yeah.
Well, we'll find out.
Let's see what's the magical
That's the second best move.
solution. It's just not the best move. Yeah.
Rook
He has
B1.
rook b1, which I thought
We're winning, but
was not
as
playable.
winning.
Oh, and after queen g1, he's gonna sack the piece on f1.
Yeah, so it's winning, but
Queen
it's not
G1.
as winning as the other one. So
No, wait, queen g1. No, I wanted bishop f3 first because.
okay.
But then he has rook takes b7. That's
Yeah.
the problem in this line. Yeah.
Yeah, check.
So we didn't have time actually to play rook takes e4.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So this is a thing that makes Zibit really, really, really not happy because this winning, but it's not winning is the best move.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, both queen to e1 and queen to g1 are winning.
Yeah. So rook e4 was winning as well, but not the best move.
Yeah, their advantage, but we also miscalculated, I have to say, because we saw all these ideas, even the rook b1 defense, we saw it in several lines, and we missed that right at this point. It's good because we didn't play bishop takes f3 yet.
Yeah.
So, room to for improvement.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do
But
agree.
still good to go with your ideas, and if you fail, then you learn something.
Yeah, definitely. I think in a practical game, rook takes e4 is really annoying for white to meet.
Yeah, he moves.
In practical play.
Your opponent is not going to be a computer. So they're going to falter and fold and lose. So let's see about this, the puzzle we had before. We just want to look at the king lines. So there's a good b4 king there. b5,
king
g3.
g3. b6 only winning move. King f2.
King f2.
And here it's saying rook d1, rook c1, rook b1. So I assume b7 doesn't win, which we calculated. King takes c1 and it's a draw.
Yeah.
Because b8 we saw we saw rook h4 and king h1, but apparently that's wrong.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, because the knight is on c6, he has no way to ping our pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy. So rook h4 was a mistake instead of king h1. That's funny.
Yeah.
Instead of king h1, rook h4 check is actually losing.
Yep, exactly. Rook h4
king b5. How is it losing?
King b5.
If we go king h1 now, can he attack our rook or something? I guess.
Yeah, queen g3.
No.
Just to promote.
Yeah, because if rook g4, there's queen h3, queen takes h5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, these positions with kings so exposed and some major pieces in the end game, it's so easy to miss many things.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Okay.
Very good. Last puzzle, the one that we got wrong second, is this one. And I'll share the analysis board. Share, screen, tab, and right. This tactics, yeah, this one. Okay, we're gonna also not this specific.
All right, the rook f7 or queen f7.
Yeah. So.
And we didn't see anything after queen f7, queen e3.
Exactly. So I'm gonna be going to the
maybe bishop f4.
Yeah. So there.
Oh, rook takes f3 wins. Wait, what?
Yeah, rook takes f3 is the move.
But after queen c4 check, doesn't he have bishop e2? Oh, bishop e2, bishop g2. No, it doesn't work. Never mind. So after queen c4, why not bishop e2? Queen. Oh, queen f7. Oh, queen f7 here.
Mate
Oh, ouch. Ouch. Yeah, this I didn't see.
I didn't see it either.
Oh boy.
I did not consider the checks first.
This one hurts because you have to see the checks first. Exactly. So
Yeah.
we didn't spend much time thinking of rook takes
f3.
and
think about defense of h7, not attacking.
Should have. Yeah.
Oh boy. So the defense about rook f7 was rook d1 apparently.
Black is still fine,
but yeah, not the best move.
Even advantage after bishop c7, which is hard to find anyway.
I can't find that.
Well, yeah, rook d8 is a threat, so I guess it's not as hard.
Rook h3, queen takes d4.
Yeah, and white gets to defend against threats or not so. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I mean, black has the bishop here, and while quick king is open. So.
Yeah, we're still against change down, but we have a lot of play and threats and everything well coordinated, bishop pair, and
yeah, just another case of that. We had a good line, but not the best line.
Well, it's okay. I mean, it's what it is, and
we can't blame ourselves. It's practical in the game, but not puzzles.
Yeah, sometimes this is puzzles, so it's what it is, and it's also based on what the engine says. In a game, sometimes you can even win easily by playing a completely wrong move because it's just too comfortable. Yeah, it is what it is. It's like I don't know if you like Crazy House, guys.
Dabble a little bit.
But when I do Crazy House puzzles, because they're in winning positions, there's so many winning moves, they only accept the best checkmate sequence. So sometimes you find a checkmate in 6, but you get it wrong because there was a checkmate in 4. And it is really annoying. But on the other hand, I know it's the exercise. The exercise is like that. And I know here these puzzles are like this as well. And we're trying to find the best move, even if we see a good one. We keep thinking. And it's a good mindset to have in games if you have time and fresh mind to keep looking for a better move when you already found a good one.
Definitely. So, but basically we could say that 2 out of 3 of the puzzles that we cannot blame ourselves. That we just played national moves that are just good, but not the best. So we can't count it as a loss.
Actually, in this one, we didn't check. Yeah, we checked rook f7. So the one we can blame ourselves is the last one, right?
The last one.
Knight 5. But that was really hard. I mean,
Definitely.
I think. Well, it was the last one, so it was really the hardest. But I wouldn't be too concerned about failing that one because, again, it was really complicated and we learn.
Definitely, we can only improve. But those endgame puzzles are exact, so you have to be exact. It's like a hoodie.
Yeah, one thing I realized in chess.com, I've been doing puzzles for a long time now, not in rush or survival mode, just puzzles.
Yeah.
I got to a pretty big rating. I have like 4,000 something.
Yeah.
And one thing I noticed is when you're over maybe 3,500 or something like that, all the endgame puzzles you get are like real nice, like compositions, study like endgames where there's only one solution. And you don't get this like the one we failed now. You don't get that. It's like there's a good line, but a better line.
There's only one line,
And I think they're even easier because they have more creative solutions, but they're more clear once you see the solution.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's often difficult when you have two, like good move and a best move, to find the difference, it's not easy.
Definitely, I agree with that. So it comes back to what somebody told me, or somebody told somebody else, is that Joe Bava, the really good
Mhm.
Joker player, says to how to improve when you get to master level. What does he recommend to get improvement? So he said basically he says studies. That's it.
Mhm.
It's basically tactics, but the best kind of tactics that he recommends.
Um, well, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely one thing I like a lot. Studies. I
Yeah,
have this great book of Kasparian's. I think it's 2,545 end game compositions.
yeah.
It's really great. The problem is, well, it's not a problem, but some of them are wrong.
Oh, really?
If you check with the engine, sometimes they have more than one solution, or sometimes even the solution is wrong.
Ah,
Even checking with table based, it happens once in every 100 maybe.
I see.
But because they've been compositions collected over the last century, so some of them are really old
Mm-hmm.
and they're not 100% accurate, but they're
Yeah,
really great.
yeah.
And they're also organized. I like how the book organizes them in patterns, so you have
Mm-hmm.
same patterns, and yeah, it's really nice. And you learn a lot about domination and a
Oh,
lot of
definitely.
tricky patterns that are good to have. Actually, finally, after I bought the book, a couple months
Mm-hmm.
later, in a classical chess game, I had one of those situations where I have a completely losing endgame,
Yeah,
knight and several pawns in both sides of the
yeah.
board against
Mm-hmm.
rook and pawns in both sides. So it was like, no way. But I don't know if I think that book helped me because I noticed a lot of tricks with the knight and I managed to
Mm-hmm.
save that game, and I was so proud of myself. It was completely
Definitely.
once to check with the engine, but yeah, it gives you patterns that are really really nice because you see some incredible ideas that you never saw
Definitely.
before when you just do middle game tactics or checkmate tactics.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't know about Jawaba. I don't think it's. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan, but I don't think it's the best role model. If for most
For a
chess
minute.
players,
Yeah.
because he has a very specific style of play,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think he's one of the very few players that can could reach the elite with that style, like being
Yeah.
so.
Mm-hmm.
uh, I don't know how to even describe it, but let's say
Yeah.
so crazy and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes even suspicious play.
Yeah.
And some very talented players can get away with that. He's one of them,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't follow his advices every time.
Yeah. That's true. This is what he says, but it's not.
What works for him, I don't know if it will work for everybody.
Yeah, it's different for everybody. But other people like Fidel Corrales, he's living in America. He just play games, more games,
Mhm.
learn from other games. So
Yeah, I have the feeling that chess is so big that every part of it that you
mm-hmm.
really want to train or practice, it will make
Yeah,
you improve in a way. So I
definitely.
think it's more about finding your own path and maybe even finding a good role model, somebody you feel identified with and follow his advices more than others, or
Oh
just
yeah.
to focus on
Mm-hmm.
the things that you like the most.
Definitely. So for example, I built my French repertoire by talking to a bunch of people. I talked to a bunch of like streamers and famous players. Like
Mhm.
I work with Georg Meyer. I
Oh,
worked with JJ, if you know him from streaming. So it's like he's JJ like Last Samurai, if you see him. But if you don't know him, but also I had a lesson with Leslie So, believe it or not. And he
that's
just
cool.
get a crash. Yeah, he got a crash course like what do you do against the 92 in the French. Like I just showed him like, oh, I played that too. Just giving the compositions about the games that he played with that line. So there's a life. It's like a yeah, one of the most astounding lessons I ever had with a one on one with him.
That's nice.
So he just makes sure that my repertoire in French is up to par. So he approves.
Mhm.
But yeah, so just basically modeled my repertoire based on all the opinions and the great players. I didn't do by myself with engines. It's just like I validated with really quality players. So also just I like the honest Geary Chasuble course with the French. So I like this too. So I don't know if you looked at that lucky too, but the French course with luck.
No, I haven't. Not yet.
Yeah, there's a really a good quality course of Oshkiri at the French defense, but he recommends to play for the win with black with like not the like the winnower. So he likes to do the winner. I like to not avoid the winnower because it's sort of made most theory.
I
always
love
play it.
I love playing the winnower with both colors.
Yeah,
I enjoy that kind of position.
yeah.
But I don't play the French because I'm not fully aware. I mean, sometimes they play the exchange, and then I'm like, if I could decide that it's going to be a winner, I would play it more.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the winner is a lot of fun. I like it for both colors, and I've won very many games with both.
So the Georg Meyer reports that if you don't like the exchange variation, he likes to do e4, e6, d4, d5. Basically his line doesn't avoid the French exchange, but he simplifies it. It doesn't matter if you go knight to c3 knight to take d4. He just plays the knight takes d4 anyways, knight d7. He has really good wins with that one apparently, but it's.
My problem with the French, specifically me, is I feel like I need to study a lot just to be able to play it for the first time.
Oh, definitely.
Yes, I enjoyed as a 1e4 player as white.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the French from the white side because I had to face it many times. So I studied this and that, blah blah blah. But then when it comes to playing it as black, again, if I knew in advance it will be a winner or the classical, I would not. But no, I have to also prepare against the exchange. Exactly. And for example, the exchange, it looks like, wow, this is just dull. It's just chess, and I'm fine with playing just chess. But but then I got destroyed. So I'm like, no, really, I should look a bit more into this because. This simple idea that I saw once that, okay, just play c5 fast and play as this is a pan of reverse force or try to play for the initiative, but then I get I got with really uncomfortable positions.
I see.
So I felt like I should be more prepared before I played. And that is annoying when you have such a big opening system as the French. The same happens with the Sicilian.
Yeah.
You need to be aware of so many things.
Yeah, I personally gave up on the Najdorf and switched back to the French because of you have to learn so many
right.
different lines.
That's why I recommend the Scandi. Like, I know it's maybe not the best or the Ali King, but those openings are pretty like more forcing. So you have to study less lines. So they're not the best, but especially if you're starting a repertoire, or if you're a beginner, or you're starting from the scratch, your repertoire, whatever, it's much easier to start with an opening that's really more forcing. Like there's no such line as the advance in the Scandi. There's no such line. They have to take on d5.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's it. Of course, it's not so obvious because, for example, e4, d5, e5 is bad for white, so you will not see it, but you still need to understand why is it bad. And it's because you can get the best of the Caro-Kann and the French as black, but if you're not experienced with those defenses, you might not find also the way to get an advantage as black. So it's still not white or black. It's not as easy as I'm putting it, but I feel like the Scandi or the Ali King are like these more direct approaches against the e4 pawn make the less lines to learn. And I think that's good when you're starting to learn, because learning everything at once you cannot.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're starting to play chess, then you shouldn't only focus on learning lines. You should focus on understanding chess.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why I love playing these thematic arenas on lead chess or trying new openings. I think trying new openings is a great way to get new ideas without having to study the whole new system that you don't know.
Yeah.
So it's not about, as you say, it's not about studying everything. It's about getting more ideas that you can apply in different openings, and that's nice.
Mm-hmm. So to come back to what Noctuba says, from the Najdorf to French, if you know GM Canty, he did the reverse. He liked to prefer the French, but he now is he's recently a fanatic of the Najdorf.
Yeah, he's just a step behind because that's what I did, and then I went back. So
yeah. So he doesn't mind to study hours and hours and hours of theory. He likes that.
Yeah, but I mean, personally, I don't have time and I don't play enough classical chess to make it worth it. So
that's true. Yes.
It didn't make any sense for me.
Depends on the person. So he likes to do the Najdorf and the Grunfeld's black against d4. So basically, people like us, we don't have time for that.
No, but I understand Canty because he's chasing a Norm, I think. Or
yeah, I am Norm. Yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense for him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one good thing you have, you French players, French defense players, you have to try new openings, is that you're already used to play bad positions. So
yeah, we can only get better. So that's the truth, because I try to do Caracan try, and it was really easy. I don't know much about the Caracan, but it was really easy to pick up, and I was like getting wins against really strong players. I didn't have to try as much as like, oh, this is a piece of cake. I'm used to having the French, but yeah, just simple, just dividing the pieces the same squares every time, and just you have the same general plans.
Yeah, the Caracan, I think it's like very logical, like what you're doing and where your pieces should go.
Yeah.
Even the long-term plans, the minority attack here or there, it's like there's a book in the Caracan, you can follow it. It's like
yeah.
But I feel it's also too big. Like there are many different lines. Like what I was saying about the Scandinavian first, I think the Scandinavian is a simplified Caracan. So
really?
Many positions look alike in the Caracan. When black plays d takes e4, you get the same kind of position as in the Scandi.
Yeah.
And for example, if somebody is interested in learning the Caracan, I would suggest to learn the Scandi first, because it's, again, you have to study less, and then you're going to have that kind of same positions when you get into the Caracan, and you just need to see a bit like something else that you can add on top, like the advanced variation, for example.
Yeah.
But at least some of the lines of the Caracan, you're already used to that structure. So
the Scandi it doesn't matter what the flavor is. Like, let's say it's just e4, d5 takes, queen takes, and knight c3. Do you want to do the queen a5, queen d6, or queen d8 variations?
I like the 3. I play the queen d6 more.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the most critical.
Yeah.
Because the queen is more active. The queen is also active on a5, but it's also more exposed.
Yeah.
And queen d8 is it's nothing wrong with that. You see Carlsen playing it or whatever. What I don't like of the queen d8 line is that in the queen d6 line I can play bishop g4 very fast, and in the queen d8 I can't. Yeah. So that's why I like queen d6 more, because I'm a lazy person. And I know there are several ways to play the Scandi, but I just stick to one, and if I can do it all the time, it will be simpler for me. Because this general idea of bringing the bishop to g4, pinning the knight, then play e6, pawns in the light squares, taking on f3 if necessary, and play that position. It's so similar to the Caracan. That's
true.
But of course, there are other ways to play. I liked a lot the Queen d6 Scandinavian book by Cyrus Lakdawala. An author I love, all the books he writes, and then Tivyakov has many games. Sergei Tivyakov is like the reference today in the Queen d6 Scandi.
I see.
I used to have a DVD. I think it was by Victor Bolagan. He covered like the queen to a4, queen to d6. Then he said queen to d8. It's so passive, I'm not going to cover it.
Oh, well,
Just
I like. Actually, it's funny. Well, this happens in every opening. Once you play it a lot and you know all the lines, you start having your preferences. So,
yeah,
for example, for me, there's one occasion where I play queen d8. Is when they don't play knight c3 immediately. So after queen takes
yeah,
d5, they go d4, for example. So
Mhm.
they wait and see what happens, and then I bring my knight out, knight f6, and then instead of knight c3, they play c4.
Mhm.
Or knight c3. Then I go queen d8. Then I prefer my queen not being on d6 because then c5 is more dangerous.
yeah.
So yeah, there are some lines of move orders that they can make you choose one line or the other. But for example, me, I'm not a great player. I'm just 2,000 FIDE rated player. But with the Scandinavian, I beat 3 international masters already,
Mm.
and one of them a classical game over the board.
Oh wow.
Nice.
That was nice. And another one, a 15 plus 5 game over the board as well.
Mhm.
I feel really comfortable with that opening. I think it's really annoying when you know, like every opening, when you
Yeah.
know it well, and your opponent maybe it's not so prepared. Could be
Yeah,
a weapon.
I can say as a long-time E4 player that I haven't spent like much time studying white against the Scandinavian
Exactly. That's
because you don't get it that often. I mean, so
exactly. That's also a good thing for us black players of the Scandi.
yeah,
But it happens the same as to me. I mean, even though I know a lot about the Scandi, when I play E4 and they play the Scandi against me, I'm like, ah.
yeah,
And sometimes I just don't go for main lines because they know it, and sometimes they also play lines you don't play as black, so it's always difficult. Some players play this e4 d5 knight e takes d5 knight f6, or even e6 or c6. There's some gambits there that are tricky, and I don't play them as black, so if I have to face them, I'm more or less on my own because you don't have time to study everything, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
And yeah, I understand that feeling of not wanting to study against the Scandi as white.
yeah. I mean, it's just. I mean, for me, it's just a lack of time and lack of interest in playing like serious chess.
Hmm.
I don't play that much.
Yeah, I like simplest against these minor openings, although Scandi is not as minor as others. But I like simple recipes
Yeah,
instead of studying a lot, just simple recipes. And in the Scandi, it's pretty clear that white can just have a space advantage, grab it,
yeah,
and take it from there. It's a chess game where you already have something in the opening that your opponent doesn't.
Mhm.
yeah. I just try to develop and do normal stuff.
Mhm.
But it's yeah, it should be simple enough for a black player to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this by the way, it was really nice for me, this classical chess game against this international master, because he actually knew theory and he
Mhm.
played like the main line up to move 15. So I one of the very few occasions where I got to actually play
yeah,
what comes in the books. Like
Yeah.
this is the best line, but nobody else knew it, so I never got to play it. But this international master, yeah, he knew it, so we played a good game. That was nice.
Mhm.
And then yeah, we got to just have a game where there were equal chances because I also played the best moves, the ones in the book. So it was nice. Yeah.
Ah. It's always nice to have the people move into the theory you know. So, but
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's annoying when they know it. Like he didn't
yeah,
fall for any of the tricks.
yeah.
We have a game now, international master and me,
Mhm.
a middle game, but at least I survived the opening, which is already a good thing.
Yeah,
And then,
definitely.
for example, I think that game, the other wins I had, it was just because they misplayed the opening. But this one, it was nothing to do with the opening. I just survived the opening and it was good, but then it was the rest of the game. And if anything, it was the tournament situation what made him collapse, because last round he had to win, so he forced too much to try and win from that position.
I see. So tournament situations is very much a thing. So for example, years ago I was a top seed. I don't recommend it to either of you. I was a top seed of a section, and I felt that every round I have a target on my back. I can't draw anybody. I have to beat everybody.
Yeah.
So I went. It's a 4-rounder tournament, 5-rounder tournament. So I won the first 4 games. In the last round, I was a half a point ahead, but there's the guy that I was playing against. He had 3.5. I had 4, but I had to do at least a draw to secure first place. But I was black, so again the pressure's on. So I had to make sure that I don't lose. So he played. Before the game he prepared against me. So he asked the national master to prepare against my lines. And basically, he just totally creamed me off the board, and I lost the game. But I just got second place, so. But the feeling about being the top seed is horrible. Take it from me.
That's
Well,
that's what I do all my tournaments. I'm like 150, 200 points higher than the next guy in my club. So
Yeah,
one draw is just you lose points.
definitely. So just kudos in the
hey,
chat.
kudo. Well, I think being the top seed is a bad feeling when you're playing, but
Definitely.
out of that, it's nice to be the number one.
Yeah.
Everybody's studying your style and your games, and
I completely understand that feeling, but I'm lucky that I have that feeling always, even if I'm not top seed. Like I'm very, very competitive, and I always try to win drawn positions. I'm always trying to draw
I do that too.
difficult positions or lost positions. It's
Mm-hmm.
so it's not fun. It's really not fun being so competitive.
So just kudos says being top seed with 2800 plus, just not fun.
Yeah, poor Magnus Carlsen, right? Everybody in the world he plays, he loses points if he draws. It's terrible.
Yeah. So that's why that Daniel Wrench years ago that he doesn't believe that Magnus Carlsen will ever be 2900. So
he can close, but he's not going to get it at this point. I think he had a chance back in 10 years ago.
But I don't doubt him to get there, but he has to be dominant for everybody. It's hard to do that.
And it's the hardest every generation. Like
exactly.
Nowadays, the competition he has comparatively is not the same as champions from the past. It's like every generation it's even harder to. It's not getting to number one; it's keeping it. It's really hard.
Yeah.
I think we might have a long time after Carlsen. Might be a long time to the next guy that's going to be number one for so long.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. I think he's clearly ahead, but it's not so far. I mean.
So we'll just see if the up-and-coming junior players stick with this. So in America we have Ray Robson. So growing up, he was like the all-star guy that was everybody's looking after. So he's winning national championships as a kid, and now he's the best puzzle rush, like real puzzle rush player in the world. But people are looking up to him, but now he's more focused on studies and not focused on chess as he should have if he wants to be like world champion or zero. But it's a sacrifice. So do you want to be a world champion or something else? So he wants to do something else, and more like a more lovable thing. So he's not 2700 yet, but he wants to do a livable job, for example. So that's the thing that I had to balance for me. Like for my experience, I had a choice to good grades in college. So I had a computer science degree. I could do two really good degree, good grades of the degree, or just forget about it and just pursue IM. So basically, There's a national master that does the opposite route. He just can forget school, just studies every time, like all the day long. So, but apparently enough, I got to national master with his studying, but I'm just happy to be there. I doesn't care about IM at that point. But the other guy that's trying for just to be GM and everything, he got national master and just stayed there all his life. And he sacrificed his social skills, the ability to have a real job, and it's not worth it for sure.
Yeah, people do some silly things sometimes for the things they believe in, but
Exactly.
I think as long as you enjoy and have fun, it's what you want to do. Every
Yeah.
path is fine,
Mhm.
and nobody guarantees that you're gonna get to a certain title or level.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna be learning. So I think as long as you enjoy it, it's fine.
Mhm.
And how far did you guys go, says Kudo?
Oh boy, not as
Also,
much as we want to do.
yeah,
So,
but
for score we have 49, but we learned a lot.
exactly. Um, about what you were saying about Ray Robson, I think nowadays, if you really want to compete, you need a team behind. I
Yeah.
think there's no other way today. And if I see the people who are getting there, for example, I follow the Spanish best players, and David Anton now is
Mhm.
getting to the elite and doing quite well, but he has a really good team behind. It's
Oh,
like,
see.
and if you have a team behind, then it's easy to focus, I think,
Oh
uh,
yeah.
and and not be worried that you're giving up on your studies or your job or whatever, because you're actually supported and you know you can devote to that. I think that
Exactly.
makes
Yeah.
a difference.
Mhm. So for me, I just had an ultimatum. I chose that life is too short. I just wanted to do what I like to do, is coding, and as well as like, oh, I got a national master title to boot, so I can't complain.
Mhm.
So, but I'm not upset that I can't go to NM. So it's like, NM is good enough for me. So, but yeah, it's just most of all I enjoyed the game of chess. So that's the most important part of chess to me, at least. So
Sure.
if the chess is not fun for you, it's like only a job, pretty much, I think.
Yeah,
Also,
or a very high bet on something.
yeah,
It's
gamble,
the
maybe.
risk. Well, I guess that's fine for some people. It's not for
Some people.
everybody.
Definitely. So there's a lot of people that, in particular in the U.S., there's a lot of there's a bunch of tournaments that have cash prizes that are worth like thousands of dollars.
Mhm.
There are people that do sandbagging. They only play
Right.
to just like having their rating purposely lowered to win the prizes at that
Okay.
tournaments.
Yeah, I understand that because I think, well, from what I've heard,
Yeah,
uh, main difference between Europe and the US in chess tournaments is
yeah,
that in the US you get only prizes if you're like the best. Like
yeah.
there are many more prizes in Europe for
Mm-hmm.
different, yeah, like many more prizes. Like I've been to tournaments with 20 prizes in the general
Oh, really?
classification, plus then the best three under 2000, under 1900, under 1800, blah, blah, blah. And that's very common, at least in Spain. And
Mm.
from what I've heard, and I think I've heard Maurice Ashley saying this himself, that here in the US, you're either the number one or or you don't get a prize.
Yeah.
And that makes it definitely more competitive. And I understand that people would do everything at their hand, including sandbagging before the tournament. Or
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So I don't know if you guys. I know that there's like a stigma or just like it's like a schema rather. Maybe it's like compared to U.S. tournaments and European tournaments. So I like that more European tournaments have boards set up like the tournaments provide the boards, but in America all the tournaments is pretty much you have to buy your own board and just bring it to tournaments.
Wow.
So so every
Good
tournament
to
is
know.
pretty much. So have you guys gone to the tournaments that the tournament supplies the boards and pieces?
Yeah,
I mean,
every tournament.
if you want a feature-rated tournament, then you have to supply the clocks and the boards. I mean, it's
Okay.
not going to be
I-
accepted if you bring some kind of.
Oh no.
Yeah, actually, I know. I think he's an international master from my hometown, who had the the crazy idea that he wanted to bring his own board,
Uh-huh.
and he was always every tournament he was always discussing with the arbiters
Yeah.
that I want to play with my board and my pieces, and they're like, no, you're crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that in a feature-rated tournament. That's not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same conditions for everybody. Usually same boards, or if they have different types, they put the best boards for the first.
Yeah, it's also a question of like the arbiters have to know how to work the clock. You can't bring some Mickey Mouse clock that
Definitely.
can't read. I mean, they have to be standards. And actually, there's in the feature law suggest there's only a few types of clocks that you actually can use. There's a list of approved clocks.
Oh, wow.
And chesses, so you can't do whatever you want.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean you can, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean
not ideal.
No, but then it's just not a feature of the tournament. That's fine. I mean you can play under the tournaments, but.
Kudo says he plays better on a wooden board. To be honest, well, me too. I mean, not. I might not play better, but I like it more. I'm more comfortable with.
Yeah, I can say for myself, I'm like vulnerable to different colors, like blue better than green, for example. You know this white and green, like white and blue.
Yeah.
Maybe the darker colors somehow, and the green somehow hurts my eyes. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I'm used to the other thing. I don't know.
So it's like a major design thing, like for the eyes. So you want to have a contrast of between a light color and a dark color. So like white and black or green and white and blue and white is good. But if you had red and white, it's like burning your eyes. But I've seen it. I had to play a board with that red and white board situation. It's like,
Yeah, I had to play like in official tournaments. They provide the boards, but for example, in the league, like the clubs league, each club has its own boards, and I had to play with all sorts of boards, tables, and clocks there, and sometimes it was really really hard. Even pieces like broken pieces, or you cannot tell if that's a bishop anymore.
Yeah. One of my friends used to have a chess set that had really confusing chess pieces for the minor pieces, like the knights and rooks, no, knights and bishops. They're really oddly shaped. So the bishops are basically the exact same design as the pawns, but they're bigger. So it's like, you have to pay attention to the size.
Yeah, and you're lucky if they don't mix different chess sets and you have pawns of different sizes.
Yeah.
When then it will be more confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've played a lot with different sizes of pawns. That happens a lot because in these tournaments you maybe have 100 boards and different chess sets, and then when you collect everything back, they get mixed, and nobody ever does the work of separating them back. It's really hard. I understand. I've been in that side too.
Definitely. So it's like it's terms about the weights of the pieces. So there's unweighted, double weighted, triple weighted. So like, do you know what the weighting scales are for pieces, or do not care? It's like all of the pieces are the same weighted.
I've never thought much about it, but they obviously need to be some kind of weight so that they don't fall over. I mean,
Yeah, definitely.
I once played a tournament back in North Iceland where they had very small pieces on a very smooth wooden board, and I was trying to play moves. They had like this filt under the pieces, and they were just skating all over the That was horrible.
Oh boy.
Just like So obviously they need some kind of to stand.
Should do. Half the board's collapsed. Oh, should do.
I've seen that kind of boards and pieces. It's funny. I saw in one tournament. I was looking at a game. The guy literally played rook from a2 to a7 like this, and it stopped right on a7, which is where he wanted.
Okay.
But the arbiter was there, and he said, "No, you cannot play like that. Please do the move right." I was like, I never thought that would be illegal.
Yeah, illegal sliding.
Because he literally dropped the piece before it reached the a7 square.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but that's not good to at least to play blitz or maybe you can play classical chess like that, but not faster time control. It's horrible.
Yeah, for time travel is difficult. Which reminds me also, I played sometimes against blind people. You have special boards, so there are different types, but there's this type which is really annoying where they have they're not entirely blind, so they have some degree of blindness.
Yeah.
So they have you share the same board and pieces, but they have holes on each square.
Yeah. And
each piece has a stick in the bottom, so you have to stick the piece in the square. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. And the time travel, it's completely insane because you have to put it in the hole. It's too small, and the guy might be blind, but he's not failing as I am failing to put the piece in the hole. I'm like, okay, you might be blind, but you play much faster than me because I don't know why you're used to it. And that was tough.
Definitely, I had an essence to just play a completely blind guy. So we had two boards, so I had to announce. So he had a special a way to announce. Like I had to say my moves. So we had a special room. So it's not a tournament settings, but we had not like a big tournament like multiple rounds, but this is like my chess club. So we have a private room to play him. So we had to say out loud our move, and it would hit the clock. And he just adjusted the piece, like he had the pegboard like he said your game, but he has it for his own chessboard. So we had two boards, but those basically the same pieces. And so it's fascinating to play those guys.
Yeah, I played that as well. I think I played all formats of blind. Then I played this other guy who literally played blindfolded, so he didn't need another board to touch the pieces, but he would still need to call the moves, so I put them on the board. And he had a recorder to say the moves, and so he had no score sheet, but he had this recorder. And I had the funnest situation with this guy analyzing. He was decent. He was like 2,000 FIDE rating, so he was, I think, one of the best blind players in Spain.
Oh wow!
And I managed to win. There was a tactic, and I thought he missed something. So then, in the analysis, we were analyzing after the game. I had this terrible moment when I told him, and when I played this move, I think you didn't see blah blah blah. And the moment I said that,
oh boy,
I was like, oh. And he's like, no, it's okay. I've heard it. It's okay. I didn't say that with bad intent, but
yeah,
you didn't see this move, right? You missed that. And he's like, of course I didn't see it.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I wasn't trolling Kuro. It was just what I would say to any other player.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So I actually played well, it's not really impairment for chess, but I played deaf person. So he actually was he's one of my friends. He actually was younger guy. He's actually became national champion for deaf players all around the country.
Mhm.
So he's really really good player, but he can't. Well, he can read lips, and he's really good at looking at other people when they talk and just interpret that what they say. So basically, he doesn't have to have hearing aids. He does, but he can read lips. But yeah, it's interesting to play him because it's really tactical, it's sharp, and yeah, it just doesn't matter if you're deaf or
Yeah,
hearing. You can play it well in chess.
yeah, I guess hearing is not as important.
No, this is
I'm
fine
really
vision.
impressed with blind people who sometimes even blindborn who
Uh
can
huh.
play great chess. And I'm like,
Definitely.
wow,
Oh boy,
like,
kudo.
yeah.
The puzzle will fly. Oh boy.
When I see people with blind people playing that great, I feel like I'm really limited. They're not
Yeah.
limited. I am. Like, I'm so bad.
Mm-hmm.
I have the pieces in front of me all the time, and I can see what you see.
Definitely. So. Uh,
But yeah, hearing is not as important to chess. One of
no.
the things I really like about chess is that you can have, in classical especially, you can have like 5 hours of fight in silence, in
Yeah,
total silence.
definitely. Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's it's so intense, and sometimes you almost want to talk to your opponent. Like,
Exactly.
you're waiting. At least me, I'm always waiting for the game to finish to tell him this or that. Like, and I saw
Yeah.
this, and it's so intense, and so you need to save so many things to say at the end. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
about chess, of course.
Definitely. I agree with that.
But yeah,
So
silence is a must. So I guess if you're deaf, you're fine anyway.
you're fine. Definitely. so so is like as far as like toughest players you ever played against in over the board chess, who have you played against like the best or the board player you ever played, you guys? So I'll say that for me, I played against a couple of really strong GMs, 20 like 700 USCF GMs. Was basically translated to 2600 FIDE GMs, and yeah, so basically, I don't know if you heard this guy Maxim Dulugi. He's a really good, very good blitz player. He just goes toe to toe with people like Nakamura, and he's really good. And also Tomas Galashvili, he's a GM from Georgia, but he lives in the U.S. And yeah, so the GMs in the 2700 range, USCF or 2600 range FIDE, I played them. But what
Mhm.
about you guys? Oh,
uh,
What did you say? The best?
the strongest player that you ever played over the board.
Okay. Over the board. That must be Johan Hjartarson,
Yeah.
I would guess. He was former top 10 in the world. So
Oh wow.
wow.
So what time space was that?
19, I think that's 89 or something.
Before I was born. So
Yeah, he beat Kostno in the candidates, and he lost to Karpov in the quarterfinals, I think,
oh wow.
that year. So he was very strong.
Wow.
Mhm. Wow.
Mm.
I think it was 1988 or 1989, I can't remember.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think he's definitely the strongest player I've played over the board.
I see.
um, I I'm not sure, but I think the strongest player I played over the board was this 2650 rated player
Uh huh.
who was from Georgia. So he had a really long name that I can't
Oh yeah.
pronounce or remember. And that was also my best victory because I won that game.
Oh wow.
But it was 15 plus 5 or 15 plus 10, yeah.
Oh
And I
wow.
won with an Alekin with black pieces. But again, he gave away the. I mean, I have my merit, but I did nothing. Just hold, and in the end, he blundered in an end game. So
Oh
that
wow.
was nice. It was nice. It's especially nice to win when in an end game against a GM. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I know he was 26 50 or 26 something, but I don't know the name. But I also played. At that point, he was Argentina #1, Ruben Felgaer.
Uh-huh.
Um, he's still very strong. I think he's Argentina #2 or
Yeah.
3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know his rating, but I played him in a simul, so it's not quite the same. It was not a tournament, but
Mm-hmm.
still a nice game to have.
Definitely.
Then there's another guy I played in 2019. His name was Victor Pupols. He's from the US.
Mm-hmm.
And he beat Bobby Fischer back in 1955 or something. So he's not
Wow.
the strongest player I played, but it was something special. He was 85 years old at that time.
Mhm.
And he's multiple champion of, I think it was Michigan. State champion. Michigan or Wisconsin or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So he used to be a very tough guy. But yeah, basically, because he beat Fischer,
Yeah.
a special guy to play.
Definitely.
Cool. Well, then I also played over the board with several GMs, but the one I would highlight is this guy that I played several times over the board. So it's like the one I would highlight, Alejandro Hoffman. He's
Uh-huh.
also from Argentina, but he lives in Spain,
Mm-hmm.
and he coaches in Spain, and he plays a lot of tournaments, the same tournaments I played. That's why I played him maybe 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was nice because he's the kind of GM that's like a boa constrictor. Like
Oh yeah.
he's not a tactical player, but he sees tactics. But he's just putting a lace around you, and and it's really uncomfortable to play against him.
Mm-hmm.
But I managed to draw one of the games. Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. So I've
It
only.
wasn't good because I had a winning position, but
Yeah.
it didn't feel good. But yeah, it was nice.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I only lost against GMs officially, but I had a really cool draw. I just missed, I guess, Delugi, but I had good positions, but I didn't good results. So I didn't get crushed by any GMs, but I didn't win against any GMs as well.
Mhm.
So but you know, if I was to just go back to the order of the board, it'd be really nice to have more opportunities to play those guys, and eventually,
Yeah.
you're gonna be just learning. But this okay. This not the over the board rated, but over the board like a practice exhibition game. I played my co-host Yuji Perlstein, and we basically played rapid against each other. So 15 plus 10. So I wouldn't say that's really rated, but I was having a winning position, but in time pressure, I lost the game. So that happens.
That happens. Yeah.
But yeah, that's
I,
fun.
yeah, I also played once against Dragan Paunovic
Yeah,
from Serbia.
yeah.
I don't know, he was high 2500, like maybe close to 2600 at that point on his last year because he died. He passed away a couple of years ago,
Uh huh.
and I played, I think, a game against him in his last tournament. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was sad news after that.
Oh wow.
He destroyed me very well, very
Oh wow.
instructively. So yeah.
Hmm.
And then I think it's not the strongest rating wise, but she was the best woman in Italy, I want to say.
Yeah.
Elena Sedina.
Yeah.
I remember the name, but I think in Italy she was woman number 1 at that point, and she destroyed me as well. Yeah.
Definitely.
With the French.
Oh, I'm so happy. So the strongest female player that I have played is International Master Rusudan Goletiani. So she's National Master, and she just crushed me out of the opening. So I had no chance. So she was very strong, and she was contender years ago that she was one of the strongest women players in the U.S.
Mhm.
So, but it's the best female player I played ever. So. What's your experience like tuba is like playing a female if you have any memories?
Actually, I haven't played all that many. I can't remember someone specific, really.
Yeah.
I played a few. The first time I went to the Czech Open.
Yeah.
In Pardubice in the Czech Republic. There were like older women, like 50, 60 or something. It's very funny. It was my first international tournament.
Yeah.
I was playing these older Russian women, and I had no idea what to expect, but they turned out to be like, very strong players.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a fun experience.
Definitely.
Something we're not used to back here in Iceland.
Mm-hmm.
We had issues with getting strong or just
Women chess, maybe?
Yeah.
I see.
I mean, we have a few, but not enough.
Mm-hmm. I see. But it's always a demographic thing. It's like the more women in the field, the more chances are going to be stars in the mix.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of people, a lot of females are playing, so there's bound to be players there in that category that they're going to shine in. So, but but for years and years and years, because basically at the beginning of 2000, there's only like I'll say maybe a couple of GM women, like also the GM, not the WGM, but GM women. There's like Irina crushes that's it.
No. Nona Komprendashvili was way before Arna Cross. I mean, what you played, you mean?
Oh no, I was just talking about America's,
in the US.
Yeah, US. The history about us are going to adapting to have more women playing in our country.
Yeah.
So in the early 2000s, that's not the case. So that's basically, the outstanding females is basically Irina Krush and that's it.
Yeah, even now it's Arena Crash. I don't know if Anna Satonsky maybe is just GM or not.
I don't know. Honestly.
It sounds like she's not, but I'm not sure. I mean, even now, I think it's maybe just a couple of them in the US.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't know if Tatev, she's a WGM, not a GM.
So yeah, WGM, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Nancy Paikitsa, she's not a GM.
Yeah. So she was a strong player. She actually won the women's chess championship title one time. So.
Yeah, the US. Yeah. I followed that one. So they're all strong, of course, but maybe only Irina has the title, actually,
exactly,
the GM.
Yeah.
So, because I think it's also hard, some titles are hard to get. The GM title, you need a specific set of 3 norms that are not easy to get. Definitely. And you might not have the chance if you play the US Women Championship, for example. Definitely. That's not a tournament that qualifies for the norm. So,
definitely.
Because usually state or country championships, usually there's a special rule in the FIDE rules of chess about those tournaments. So you can get a norm in those tournaments, but
yeah, to get a norm, a GM norm, and I think for international master it's just the same, a little less restrictive. But one thing you need is a minimum number of flags, like different nationalities.
Yeah, but there's an exception if it's a state championship or country championship to that rule. So it's possible to get the norm in a state championship.
Okay. Good to know. But still, I think what I said about the U.S. Women Championship stands, because you wouldn't have the rating
That's
requirements.
probably a bigger issue.
So yeah, it's really hard. They would need to play a lot of strong tournaments, or at least some of them. And it's not an easy thing to get. I mean, I know many players who got over 2,500, but they didn't get the 3 norms.
Yeah.
So it's hard for everybody, and I think maybe as a woman it's a bit even a bit harder.
Yeah. So compared to all the 2000s to now, there's a ton of women, especially now with the release of the Queen's Gambit movie, the Netflix series. There's a bunch of more women playing in chess.
Yeah,
in
that's
America
great.
At least. So like I said, if there's more candidates to become better players, we're going to be seeing more better players. So
yeah, chess has a history of lack of women for whatever reasons. Let's not get there.
I know.
But I think it's more of a thing that this generation at least has inherited from the past, and the only way we're going to reverse that is bringing them to the game, bringing people to the game in general.
I think
it's good to see people.
Gender and chess is not the thing. I mean, we don't.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Chess is not a gender sport, so.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
So addressing to Chess Kudo's question is, if he's 1,600 to get to 2,400 plus performance, does he get an IEM norm? So it's a tournament that offers norms. So the tournament has to specifically say they offer norms, and they have to include IEMs in the tournament.
Yeah, but you need 2,500 to get an IEM norm.
Yeah, exactly. You need to fulfill the requirements, which is a 2,500 performance. The tournament has to fill the requirements: a minimum number of flags, rating, also a minimum average rating of your opponents, and something else that I'm missing for sure.
And there's a number of title players. You can't just play.
Number of titles.
Yeah.
And even so, if he was 1,600 at the beginning, chances are that he couldn't even qualify for it, because most organizers beforehand, before the tournament starts, they know which players are fighting for a norm in that tournament. And that actually has something to do with Kudo himself, because he told me the other day that in the Netherlands this thing happens that I've never seen before, that if you want the tournament to count for your rating or to be official, you need to pay the organizer beforehand. So the organizer will decide, which that doesn't happen in Spain, at least. Like if you go to an officially rated tournament, it just gets computed. But I think with the titles, it's something like that. Like I've been with organizers, and they know beforehand which players are fighting for a norm, and I don't think a 1,600 would be there in that list. So
you would never be allowed to play.
I think if a 1,600 gets a 24 plus performance, chances are he's going to be investigated more than more than doing the math if he gets a norm or two.
Does he get a norm? No, he gets an investigation.
Yeah. But maybe Kudo is asking because his rating is very low. He's much stronger than what his rating says, because this thing that he didn't play rated tournaments. And sometimes that happens, that people have very low ratings compared to their strength.
Yeah, I mean,
especially kids.
In theory, you could get a 1,600, in an open tournament like the Reykjavik Open. It's possible, that could get a norm, but it's very unlikely. Because of reasons.
But one thing that happens, especially in the last decade, where when before that there was a minimum to even get a rating, but nowadays everybody can get a rating with just a few games. Like I think it's 5 games now. They
5 or
reduced the
7 or
number.
something.
So nowadays, if you play 5 rated games, even in different tournaments, you already get a rating. And what's happening, at least I've seen that in Spain, is some kids are getting a rating before they should be getting a rating. So they're getting a rating, very low rating, and then 3 or 4 years later, they actually learned the game and they're really talented and play very well, but they have such a low rating. So you get to this tournament, you play against this 1400 kid, and he crushes you, and you're like, fuck.
This is actually bad for everybody. It's bad for the kid, and it's bad for the opponents.
Exactly, and it's bad for the kid because as the opponent, I'm like, but then the kid tells me, but I'm trying to increase my rating, but it's so slow. Like my level increased much faster than my rating, because I play tournaments, but it's really hard to get so many points in a short term.
Mm-hmm. So as far as national ratings go, so I don't know, I've not competed as much as FIDE, but I just got enough to just have a decent rating. I'm 2070 FIDE, but as far as national ratings tournaments, so my country USCF, like the United States Chess Federation, you have to do 25 games. You have a provisional rating, and you have after the 25 games, you have an established rating that is official.
Mm-hmm.
So, was it your countries for national ratings if you have one?
We don't have one.
No, just FIDE.
Yeah, in Spain we had. Now I live in the US, so I'll get the USCF as soon as I can.
Yeah.
But in Spain, it worked. It was just mirroring what FIDE rules. So back when I did it, as soon as you get a FIDE rating, you get the FEDA rating as well, the Spanish Federation rating.
I see.
But they're just different systems, so they compute differently, but they're always very close. So it's kind of unnecessary, if you ask me. It's like, why would you do that if they have the same rules? You compete against the same players, because most of my opponents were also Spanish.
Yeah.
And in the end, there are two numbers that go very, very much alike. The only difference is sometimes you play an international tournament or something, and sometimes they differ, but it was a bit unnecessary. And back when I did it, the requirement, I think it was like 9 rated games. You had to do like blocks. I think there was a minimum of, I don't know if 7 or 9 games twice. Can't remember. Something like that. I think in my second tournament, I got my rating.
Oh yeah, so the thing is about tournaments that number of rounds, like 9 games. In the US we have tournaments, we have schedules. There's 5-day tournaments, or 4-day tournaments, or 3-day tournaments, and I don't recommend you ever do 3-day tournaments. So,
but 3 days, how many rounds?
The 9 rounds.
9 rounds in 3 days.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. I did that once. Actually, I just went up a section and do the 2400 section. So everybody was 2400 to 2200, and I had to play the first day. I had to play quicker time controls games, so it was actually long enough to be having a rating like 60 minutes. And the other games, basically I had to do one day 5 rounds. In the rated games, it's terrible.
What time control?
60 minutes. It's for both sides.
Okay.
So we had to do 5 rounds. Basically, you don't have time for lunch because your next round is going to be in the couple of minutes. But after that, you just totally get offset because the next 4 rounds of the tournament, you have to do the classical long time control, like 6 hour ones. So I basically just collapsed. I just played terribly the last 4 games. I was just used to fast paced and just getting my moves in, and I just didn't think about it as long as I should. I lost all the 4 games in longer. So that's not recommended to have 2 different schedules for the same tournament.
Mm-hmm.
but I had to do that one. So, but US, like if you do go to the open section, it was the big of the big. You can only do 5 days of schedules. So reasonable, like 2 games a day. That's it.
Okay. I personally like tournaments that are like one game per day
Yeah.
because I like, having my routine every day the same,
Yeah.
prepare my opponent maybe the previous night.
Mm-hmm.
When it's more than one round per day, I have trouble, especially when I have to play in the morning.
Yeah.
And also you're tired. Like if you played last night or you ended
Mm-hmm.
up late, then wake up early and play. It's really tough for me.
Yeah.
And the most I did were 2 games in the same day, and it's already hard for me. I cannot imagine 3 or 5 games.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. The best tournament I've played in is the Czech Open in Pardubice. Then you start playing at 3 p.m.
Uh-huh.
You're playing like 3 p.m. to 7 or 8 p.m. Then we go to dinner and have some beers with friends, and you go to sleep.
Yeah,
We have like the morning to prepare for the next guy and
exactly.
etc. I mean, that's for me. That's perfect.
Yeah, in Spain, most tournaments are like that. Most tournaments, you play on in the afternoon or in the evening. You play. Usually they start at 5 p.m. because we Spaniards we usually go later. So you start at 5 p.m. Maybe you play until 9 or 10, and then you go have some beers or whatever, and then you have the morning to rest. Yeah. And I like that. But some tournaments, because they have 9 rounds and they want to stick to 1 week, they have a couple of days that you play 2 rounds instead of 1. Yeah. And those are really hard for me. I sometimes even consider to ask for a buy in some of those rounds, but I never done it. But yeah, when you're playing one game per day, and then suddenly the next day you have to play in the morning as well, and then in the evening as well, and then you have another round next day. It's really tough, that changing that pace.
Especially if you have a long game or 2 poorly in the first game of the day, then you just
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I had once this tournament. It was funny because that was the tournament that in the end I won this game in the last game with International Master. So it's one of my best tournaments. But the way it started, it was really bad because I first game easy opponent, I win, blah blah. But in round 3, I think I have one of my teammates who's stronger than me.
Yeah.
I play one of my best games, but I sacrifice a queen for 3 pieces, and it's so complicated. So we play for more than 5 hours. It's we end up really late. I end up blundering a trick, and I end up losing a game that I shouldn't lose. So it was really, really bad for me. And next day I have to play in the morning.
Yeah.
And I play in the morning against a weak opponent.
Yeah.
But I'm so tired. I keep going to get coffee and more coffee and more coffee because I can think. I end up making the best moves for him to checkmate me. Like literally, there was like black to play and lose, and I solved it. Like it was really real bad. Like, and I was like, oh my god, this tournament is so 2 losses in a row, and then it was really hard because after that loss in the morning, I had to play in the evening again.
Oh wow.
Because it was a double round. So I got from this tiring round previous day this horrible loss against this 1700 rated player, and finally I get to play in the evening against this 2200, and I'm like, no way. and I start the game and I blunder horribly in the opening. So that was like, okay, I'm done with this tournament. And then that game was incredible, an incredible comeback. Like it's my biggest comeback ever, and I ended up winning that game and all the rest of the games in the tournament. But that day I felt like I was quitting the tournament. Like I was so tired, blundering everything left and right. It's really tough. Yeah.
Wow. So I think that my worst, actually, besides the 5 round thing, I had one day of 2 rounds, and both of those games are the full length, 6 hours apiece. So the first one is a drawn out end game. My national master opponent was not giving me a draw. So I had to just force it on like on her as a female, and I just like I had to just go to the point that she couldn't win. So basically, cheer down basically a rook versus rook and pawn, but it's a draw. It's like a losing the position, but it's an easier draw. But then I played another national master, and I just do it like 6 or ran and lost. But because I was just pushed out, like I'm tired out because of the last game. But that was 12 hours of chess. That's terrible.
That's too much.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not elite players.
No, no.
We shouldn't be pushed to that extent.
Yeah. But experience it, so yeah, don't recommend that.
Mhm.
But yeah, so basically in the U.S., I don't know if it's the same, probably the same for other countries, but I guess national masters players, they're stubborn. They don't like draws. They want to play the very end. They want to beat you. They want to not draw you. So,
Makes
but
sense to me.
it suits you. But
I'm like that.
yeah, you fit in
I
with
ain't
the
no
club.
title, but I'm like that.
Yeah. But yeah, there's basically they have like the. Do you know the guy named Jeremy Silman? Jeremy Silman.
Yes, sounds familiar. I can't
So
see
he made
his
the
face.
book called Reassess Your Chess.
Mhm.
So basically, he's the author of that. So he encourages all the students about the people that is like bring this book material to just not play for draws, just play for the win always.
Mhm.
So basically, this mindset just incorporates like with all the players that are growing up and just like, oh, we want to play for the win all the time. They don't want to draw. Like to play for winning, the win if you have a draw or like you're a little worse, you have some kind of play. Just go for that. Don't resign. Don't draw. Just try to win.
Mhm.
So it tires out people out. So one time I used that technique, and actually a New York State Championship game. I played against an IM Jay Bonin. He's the most he's actually the most he actually played the most rated games on chess and the USCF in the world, like the USCF. He played the most rated games ever for USCF. So I played him. He's really relatively old guy. I played him. He was beating me, and I was just trying to hang on for dear life. And it's a 4 hour game, but he won, but he paid for it because he had to play a really strong international master, and he just got creamed. So so basically, he was talking to another guy after the game. It's like, I put I was so wiped out. I was out of energy playing this guy. So, but basically, I made him pay the price to beat me. So,
Right.
so he did not have any energy to play the second game of the day. So I don't know. I use what I know, pretty much. So,
I once played an old man. He was 87 years old at the
yeah.
time,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he still plays now. So he might be 92 or 93
Yeah.
now, and he plays, and then he plays every tournament. It's amazing the energy he has,
Oh wow.
and he's a decent player. He's like near 2000, a bit below 2000 rated, but he was much higher than that. He was like 2200 back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But he has this style that he plays so aggressive,
Ah, yeah.
and that energy to play classical chess games that I'm so impressed. And I had the opportunity to play him once in a tournament, and I enjoyed a lot because I knew his style.
Yeah.
Because being this player with so many games behind, I could actually prepare. Like I had many games from him,
Yeah.
and I was impressed. Like, wow, this guy goes for these crazy openings. It's
Yeah.
so amazing, so unbalanced, so messy positions.
Mm-hmm.
And I went for one of those lines, and I had one of my best games ever, regardless of the outcome. In
Yeah.
the end, I won that end game, but it was one of the one of the games I enjoyed the most in my life.
Oh wow.
With this guy so energetic, and I thought I want to be that guy one day. Like I
Yeah,
wish
definitely.
I wish I get to that age with that love for the game.
So yeah, in the sense that if you played him online, you didn't see his face and didn't know the age, it was like, oh, he's a really energetic young guy probably, but no.
Mhm.
You'd like to be like them when you're older, for sure. So I have
Yeah.
the same sort of player that I played against. He has the exact same title, like you said. He's aggressive with everything. He likes to play the Trompowsky against the D4, like knight f6 D4, just like
Bishop
Trompowsky
d5.
uses. Yeah, it's like he has miniatures against people,
Mhm.
really some people like me, and also FIDE masters, and yeah, he likes to play for the kill. Early wins. So really aggressive. So, but it's exhausting to play against them. So because you can't just be tired of it all because the game is going to be waking up. He's tactical and he's going to be spicing up the game for sure.
Mhm.
But it's fun to play those guys, to be honest.
Yeah, I like to. In general, I don't believe in opening preparation a lot,
Yeah.
but I always prepare, so it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
contradictory. But I don't think it should be that important.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I like to do when I play opponents is to play. I know it's against what the recommendation is, but I like to
Yeah.
play into what they play. Like I
Yeah.
like to play in their comfort zone because I think that's how I'm gonna learn.
Definitely.
And most of the times I use that approach, especially in individual tournaments. The only thing is team competitions. I care more about the results than than learning.
Definitely.
So there is where I try to go for
The win.
for the win, and sometimes I play just crappy openings to do that. Yeah, like
Definitely.
if I know the guy always plays the Trompowsky against d4, I would play h6 or I don't know
Oh
something.
yeah.
And let's play chess from here, but you're not gonna get
Hey,
your
Joanna. Hey. Nice to see
tuning
you.
tuning in from the best fort in Minnesota. Hey,
Yay.
yeah, they're
This.
doing a fort outside.
Aha. That's cool. So the thing is, like, I love team tournaments. So,
Yeah, me
um,
too. Me too.
definitely. So it's like, hello, Joanna. So it's like a fun thing that I used to. Well, in America, there's a basically an amateur team north, south, east, and west. So my part of the country, amateur team east is the biggest one, and I always go up to there as just me and the best youth in the my club go there as a team of four, and we have this like special design area, like a roped off area for the top boards compared to other people that is like basically going everywhere. So there's like so many boards. There's like a big playing hall, but it doesn't contain all the players. So I have to go to several rooms, several areas. But the main room is a big hall, like playing hall, and there's a roped off area for the top boards. So the goal is for my team to go into the roped off area at least once.
Right.
So that's the goal. So once one year, I did 3 years. The one year I went off the rope area twice. It's like, oh, way. So it's real. Once you get the rope off area, you can expect you to lose,
Mhm.
basically.
Yeah.
So the team is so stacked. The best players in the teams are the tournaments are going to be there, but it's fun. So you have to just you win. It's okay. You're gonna be just like, oh yeah, you. Nobody has to work as hard anymore. But if you lose, like, oh, you need to pick up the pace. So it's dramatic. It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun, and it's nice to get to the first boards, definitely.
Definitely.
And one thing I've seen in these team competitions that
Yeah.
are Swiss tournaments.
Yeah.
So you're trying to get to the first boards.
Mm-hmm.
Um, is that sometimes they're too short?
Oh yeah.
Like if it was one round more or one round less, you know this feeling that you play the last round in one of the top boards and you're like, no, because we're gonna lose now.
Oh
So,
yeah.
so we wanted the tournament to be one round less or one round more.
Yeah.
but right now it's very, when you get to that board and it's the last round, you're like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I've been in that situation with my team several times. That we get to these first boards, but it's the last round. So right before this round, we might be in the top 10 in the classification, but after this round, no, we're gonna go down.
Definitely.
One team competition I liked a lot, and it's very interesting because it's the one where there were no prizes at all. Back in Galicia, where I lived, we had many team competitions with prizes and everything. The league, the cup. They're playing now, by the way, this right now or this weekend, and I can't play. But there was this other competition that we did through several cities, through 4 months in the summer.
Yeah.
So every Saturday or every other Saturday, you have in this city a tournament, and there were like 12 tournaments. So it's a whole circuit, and you get to play 6 rounds of 15 minutes, no increment games, and there are no prizes at all, but there's ice cream for everybody. So basically, many teams were there. My team, everybody in the team wanted to go there because it's fun. You travel, you visit cities. Sometimes we had lunch before the tournament. Then you have your ice cream, and there's no competition, which is very important because basically from the players that used to play the chess league or the chess cup or the other tournaments, you basically get rid of those interested in prizes, like those who are only for the competition, which are usually the most rude people, so to speak.
Definitely.
So you only get in that tournament, you only get people who really love the game and really want to have a nice day of chess. And I really love that tournament. Really, yeah.
That's
I wish there were tournaments like that here.
Yeah, we have a similar thing here in Iceland, here in North Iceland, called the North Iceland Championship. Basically, there's a small prize, cash prize, but it's so small it's not going to cover your trip to stay.
Yeah.
So you usually get just a bunch of fun people who want to, play chess and have fun. Usually just play it over a weekend, like 4 rapid games on a Saturday, then 2 classical games on a Saturday. No, sorry, 4 rapid games on a Friday, 2 classical games on a Saturday, and the last round on Sunday when we go home.
I see.
It's basically just having fun.
Yeah, that's cool.
Meeting friends. That's very nice.
Yeah, it is nice. Just the people that you gather there, it's nice. Even in these tournaments, I was saying we had like 3 or 4 GMs that came to the tournament. So it's not like you can only see weak people. Actually, really strong people came because they're nice. They don't care about the prizes. They just come to have fun as well.
Yeah.
Really good.
That's really nice. But yeah, overall, team tournaments are really the thing that I really enjoy. Out of any event, so team tournaments is really a motivation to just play chess and have fun. It's like a camaraderie with a team that you have. So, was just like a one individual player sort of tournaments, like, oh, you win or you lose, that's all up to you. But with a team tournament, you have a team dynamic. So you see the results, like, oh, do you want to play for a draw or win? If you play for a win, or you actually shouldn't, you want to settle for a draw, you were just risking to lose.
Yeah, they're very, very different things.
Yeah, so it's
Definitely.
not just for yourself. You want to just play for the team, what they need. So
yeah, definitely. I play differently when I'm playing for a team. I mean, you take less risks and you try to at least not lose. I mean, that's the worst thing.
Yeah. Well, at least it's just a different strategy. Sometimes I also tend to play less risky, or play more give more importance to the results than to learning, for example.
Definitely.
But sometimes I decide to play risky, and it's a team strategy anyway. Like if I play a much stronger player, sometimes I would like to. If we think that my best chance is to go for something risky, I will anyway. While individually it might be actually the other way around. I usually play risky, but if I play a stronger player, I might try to play more solid. But yeah, in a team competition, you try to maximize the outcome for the team.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's really fun.
And you watch the other games and see what the likely score is. I mean, do you need to win or do you need to, can you just make a draw and bring home? We usually play like 6 boards here in Iceland, and I mean 3.5. Then you get 2 points for the team. We don't calculate the wins basically, but we get 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw in each match. So it's very important to get the 2 points. So if you know that 3 boards are winning and you can make a draw, then it's sailing the points home. So you do that.
Yeah, and I like that format a lot, and that's how they do in the Spanish team championship as well. But in the Galician championship, which is the one I used to play with my team in Galicia, they use this system where all the points count. So in the first division you have 6 boards, and then in the others you have 4 boards. But if you win 5-1, it's better than winning 4-2. You get more points because you count all the points, and that makes it less of a strategical thing. Like you would only say a draw is good if you're thinking the whole picture. It's not just this match. It's not a draw is good to win this match, but a draw is good in general for the points we have in the competition. So it's not as I like the other format more. But on the other hand, there's more variety because you play for more points per round, and the league is decided usually like in the very last round or the 2 last rounds, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, I mean both versions are fine. We use the total score as a tiebreaker, so you have the match points, then you have the total number of wins as a tiebreaker. So it does matter, at some point.
Yeah, we in Galicia we had the other way around. The other one was the tiebreaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine also.
Yeah, it's fun. I happened to be the captain in the last team I've been to, like the last 2 years. And even though it's fun, it's also a lot of pressure, and it's more things added on top of everything we said. It's not just you play differently when you play for a team, but you also play differently when you're a captain because you're checking on every game. You're trying to be aware of everything, and it's harder to focus on your game, especially when in the last rounds. And yeah, I don't think everybody can handle that pressure.
Yeah, true.
But it's fun. It's really fun.
So maybe we should. I think I'm going to go to sleep soon, at least.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's been.
It's 1 a.m. where I am.
Okay.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for.
It's 9 p.m. in New York, right?
Yep, exactly.
And it's 8 p.m. here, so I'm fine. But
You're fine.
Yeah, it's been more than 4 hours. It's a good time to call
Definitely.
it.
So thank you guys for going to my stream and challenging us to solve the puzzles. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Next time we'll do better.
We will.
Let's keep practicing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'll be just doing a routine schedule for this puzzle thing like every 2 weeks, and we can do a comeback. Just maybe score higher. That's the goal.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We can do better.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely can do better than that. But I mean, we're not completely wrong when we made mistakes. Just not perfect.
Yeah. So that's the funny thing. Like I can say that this thing that I had to do is pulmonary function test for for my lungs. It's I had to breathe to test myself my breathing. It's saying if I just my capacity by lungs is to breathe out and hold the breath. It's like one time the nurse that was teaching testing me says you did perfect. Just do one more a little bit better. It's like what?
It's this thing about doing 110%. I mean,
Exactly.
Exactly.
not really possible, but
Exactly. So
okay.
it reminds me of
guys.
that.
Yeah. Okay, guys. I'll see you later.
Okay. Yeah.
Good
All
night.
right, bye guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye.
Bye.